I think I have. I am missing something. Oh no. What am I missing? I normally have 7 tabs open. I have 6 open right now. Ah, because the other
Uh-oh.
one's dragged over here. Double monitors, double the problem. All right. Perfect. Mikuchi, we good. Are we all here? I think we are, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Boom, 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 boom. Look at that. Jared, lovely to see you. Glad you could make it.
Ooh.
All right. Let's get to it. So, we're gonna start off with the Mustang lore because that is fresh in my head, and hard to get out. God damn it!
What was that? Oh,
that fucking caught me off guard for a second.
it did me
Uh,
too.
It's the fucking roll 20 thing, which
Yeah.
I physically will not join because you'll be able to see everything on my screen. And let me tell you, you're gonna be real confused. So last time on Mustang Dragon Ball Z one shot solo session hallucinogen, everything in between, um, Mustang got escorted slash chased down to the Golden Cutlass after being warned that there's people after him. Um, you got essentially told by Captain Eingard that there was a number of familiar faces to you specifically that have been sighted around the island slash approaching the island. And it seemed like, at least to your knowledge, there was an increased kind of presence in both the guards of the Floor Alliance, which aren't usually on Paradise Peak, although you are, as we have seen, familiar with them. Um, you went and made your way to the Golden Cutlass, where you met this kind of slightly reddish, greenish skinned man by the name of Doug, who gave you a rundown that they were there to protect you. They weren't a vassal for very long. In fact, they've been it for only a few weeks at this time. I believe it was 2 exactly. And were chosen specifically for this because of some sort of ability they didn't really get a chance to fully explain. Um, because you decided to go upstairs and check out the rooms, make sure everything was okay after meeting with Gwendol, the big belly dwarf who you had previously spoken to, and who knows your party pretty well by now, which is concerning because you've only been here twice. But you went upstairs, checked your rooms, couldn't find anything wrong with it. Both of the checks kind of being semi decent slash semi mediocre for some. And after investigating, Doug left the room for a moment as you, Mustang, started feeling a little hot. Your normal temperature, whether it could just be out of nervousness, anxiety, confusion, whatever it might be, it just seemed to rise a little bit, and you felt this ominous feeling like you were being watched. And just as that feeling began to kick in, you saw there was a bird kind of flying by the window, and you had the instinct to look out at it, and that was the last thing that you saw as you passed out. And started going to some weird ass acid trip like visions. You heard a multitude of voices in your head. You saw the desert once again of that kind of semi reddish sand, uh, kind of oasis mirage, because you always end up seeing a lake or some sort of body of water, but it always disappears. Uh, and this time, the sky was black and slowly encroaching on you as it was a metric shit ton of ravens. They didn't seem to be happy to see you, nor were you happy to see them. The spark reached out briefly and said, "Hey, man, you seem to be in a bad spot. I can help you if you want, but you know I'm going to do it my way, and there's not really much negotiation there." And you hit a Miles Morales and said, "Nah, I'm going to do my own thing." You got mauled by a bunch of crows, and you woke up to an explosion. More realistic of what happened is your explosion. As something inside of you, this fear, this kind of fight or flight response, triggered something that you normally have complete control over. It is very much like the Mustang version of kind of wetting the bed, except in this case, there is nothing wet except for the vapors in the air leaving Doug's dead, roasted body. Um,
Oh.
the the poor orc was charred to absolute nothingness. He came into the world and left it pretty damn quickly. Uh, and the cue the Sarah McLean music. Um, and very quickly, you found yourself facing a strange new threat slash enemy that you have never seen before, but you had a few different guesses of what it might be. This was something that you recently acquired, that, as we players know, uh, was one of your cards that weren't so lucky of the draw. Specifically the Revenant, that was meant to chase you down to the ends of the earth with one goal in mind, only to kill Mustang Strums and bring your soul to wherever the hell it came from. And it was not exactly happy to see you. It seemed to have a mirrored version of the Prime Monica. It had a large coffin that it smacked you up the side of the head with, and also seemed to be wrapped in a similar shroud of mist, not too different from yours. However, you're kind of fully made of smoke. It looked like this creature had a physical body, or a semblance of it, but was also wrapped in smoke over it. A brief fight broke out. You dropped to the floor. It followed you right after. Um, and you started to get your ass whooped, respectfully. It is a very hard fight. It does extra damage specifically to you. I didn't exactly have a lot of help, as you sent Bwendel for help, and after 3 rolls by 3 different people, the dice said, "Fuck you, my friend." So you didn't exactly have the best start to this. However, the good news, or some good news, you did have a friend, as with the Flora Alliance being on the island, that could mean potential good slash familiar happy faces to see from Mustang's Pass, or not so happy in this case. As we found out that the figure known as Matic, the large warforge in the absolute drippiest of drips, uh, pulled up screaming a fucking letter, not seeming too happy to see you, but at the same time, more confused about the situation, as the person that he was expecting to see in a building that was on fire and smoking was fighting a ghost, as them being a ghost. So they did the only thing that was logical and started shooting. They ended up helping you in the fight. Not soon after, you were also joined by a mysterious figure who dropped from the rooftop slash uh, rafters above. This mysterious figure, kind of semi-wrapped in shadows, uh, who seemed to be an ally at first. They aided you in combat, and you ended up trading some blows back and forth before those visions started to really seep in. And after a failed wisdom saving throw, they started to really seep in. As Mustang grew more and more drowsy, the flames grew hotter, and you had that sense of, for the first time in your life, having a fever. And that fever blossomed into a full-blown lapse of consciousness as you dropped to the floor and began going through memory fucking lane. We saw Mustang's allies. We saw how you met Matic and how there was a semi-relationship grown between the two of you, starting off as just strangers slash acquaintances working a same mission, growing into people who semi-care about each other, who are curious about taking care of each other on a stranded desert island. Uh, and also, we got to see an angry ex, who was mad that you semi quotes stole your Prime Monica. You shot her after she tried to shoot you. Um, we saw we saw the potential origins of Mustang Strums, uh, as you saw a Furbolg druid leader of the Gorali clan, where potentially you woke up. Um, you're unsure, as these memories are far, far back, even for you, and just like it's hard to remember the early stages of life with anyone as they grow older. Uh, it's not like they were completely non-existent to you, but getting a fresh reminder kind of raised more questions. Um, we ended up also seeing that throughout the fight, or excuse me, throughout the transition between the various memories you're experiencing, the fight seems to still be going on, but a strange voice seemed to be guiding these memories, almost like leading you through your own mind's eye, searching for something. You heard the very familiar and not so welcomed voice of almost Faradin. Upset, but curious. Clearly excited that some aspects of your life were being revealed, but not the ones that he wanted to see. The memories took a different turn as you began to see something that wasn't from your memory. Past, future, present? You're unsure. But you saw there was memories of a man that you had seen never before, but was looking for someone else, not a Mustang Strums, but a John Amidala. We were just honestly confused and fed up at this point because Mustang had so many different people in his head, which is so valid and funny, that you couldn't really get a proper answer nor conversation, but it seemed like this is the place that Amos was looking for. As he tried to dig deeper, he ran into potentially a different past or a different set of memories that you got not so long ago when you visited a certain witch. Bob and Rob, sitting in that random raft not too long ago, helped you gain access to different memories that you kept seeing in visions when you were dreaming. And you saw them again, although this time it felt more lucid, like you were in control. You were acting, you were talking, you were interacting with the world around you, and you were unsure of who or what you were. But you lived out a few days in the life of this John figure. You found out he had a family, a sick and potentially ill/dying mother, uh, 3 younger siblings, and also uh, a very dangerous job, working in the mines of a shifting island, mining a very profitable gem that Mustang himself had seen when he had previously done a smuggling job off the coast of Mistran. Unsure what the actual properties are, with a semi-decent history check but not fully quite meeting a higher DC, you at least know that you have seen these before, and while you may potentially remember the name later on when you're not in the middle of dying, fighting, dreaming, whatever the hell this is, uh, you may remember it later. But you saw these memories play out, and you saw once again the cave-in and the death of this man. And you also had probably one of the few conversations you've had with the Spark that isn't just him taking control of your body or trying to make you do things. Um, Under the guise of helping you, of course. Some aspect of the creature, being, voice, whatever you like to call it, as you're still unsure to what the fuck it is. But some part of it you feel connected to you before you were Mustang. Made you Mustang. And has been guiding you/helping you throughout your entire journey. Unknowingly, silent, but there. And then you woke up. And you saw a fight had broken out. Matic, not severely wounded, but struggling to get a physical grasp on this creature as it had been still attempting to fight you while you were unconscious. Luckily, the 2 allies helping you out in this endeavor ended up giving you a chance to wake up from this strange hallucination. As walking through the door was the physical form of Amos Veridin, as you hadn't actually seen him before, but now, surprise, surprise, here is your guys. He walked in with a familiar looking appendage, and one that seemed to both look and work in a almost familiar way, um, as a necrotic arm attached to his right kind of stump had a little bit of machinery around it, some sort of either clockwork or arcane tech that you are not quite familiar with. But what you are familiar with is the necrotic rays that shot out and pierced into your chest like a similar laser-like attack to a firebolt or similar-esque eldritch blasts. Um, they hurt, and the battle continued as Amos went between trying to kill you to trying to potentially stop you from dying to the Revenant. All of this to say, battle didn't go too great. You got fucked up real quick by two people. Your allies couldn't kill either of them in time because both are rather strong beings. And Mustang ended up getting pretty close to death. Unconscious, 2 saving throws down, a single death away, or a single attack away, excuse me, from being fully dead. And you, as a player, are well aware what happens when the Revenant kills you. At least you have a strong guess. In game, Mustang ain't got a clue. You just know you really don't want to get killed by it. And it looked like Amos didn't want you to have that fate either. So, in your last moments of consciousness, you saw that he took a semi-purpley, scaly, fleshy arm with a claw-like appendage on the end of it, which he normally keeps hidden by his white glove, pulled off the Michael Jackson hee-hee and stabbed it into thee. You drop dead. Mustang lost consciousness fully. And the state of fever, all of the different feelings and emotions that you were going through ceased to exist. How much time passed? You're unsure. An eternity, seconds, instantaneous. You won't know until someone explains to you later. But your eyes opened to a crumbling sound as smoke drifted high and a heavy weight was felt. And the last words that you heard before we ended your solo session was Amos standing over you with a smile, saying there was flesh beneath the stone. We'll get to that later. For the rest of the session, because that covers the Mustang portion of what happened last time. For the rest of the session, y'all started your plan. It wasn't really your plan. You just signed up for it. Dirt on Kipley. You two got dragged out to go on a heist. Little did you know, you're also errand boys. Apparently, as it looked like she might have double booked, as Lorna Dane Newman pulled you aside for a different job than you signed up for, and put you in a rather precarious situation. You dropped in to a room full of free sponsors, a very powerful construct who the party is not unfortunately familiar with because the only person that met him isn't here, and Evelyn Gray, your past ally who did help you out in the Marrow Caves that you fought through way back when. But the situation was very tense, and you got barely any explanation besides Duradon was told not to let Evelyn play a single note on the violin that she has by her hip, and to tackle her / restrain her if she tries to. And that Kipley was to sit there and look pretty and not do anything unless told. Which you later got updated on that, but we'll get to that in a second. Lorna Dane Newman is one of many things. A woman who has sunk an island, a feared and powerful wizard under the claim of Archmage to be, uh, and also, from your perspectives, a lunatic. As she approached these extraordinarily powerful beings, and also well respected and acknowledged throughout all of the Shrouded Isles, not just Paradise Peak, as some of the more, if not most, powerful beings within it, within its walls, and essentially pulled out a mental note and began reading off a long list of all the shit they've done in order to, your best guess is to make Evelyn Gray distrust them. Um, the entire purpose of this meeting from the other side of the glass was Mammoth and Reese fully understanding and aware that you were supposed to aid in relocating Evelyn Gray, as she was the reason Mimic Island even existed / ran into your group when you left Paradise Peak. All that time ago, which has been roughly about a month, close to a month and a half now, with traveling days. Oof, does time fly when you are dying? Um, the the talks didn't go great. Um, Lorna Dane aired out potentially a lot of uh, hidden things that both the party didn't know, and it looked like Evelyn Gray certainly didn't know. As she went one by one talking about how Carter Binstrom was accused, because you don't know if any of this is real or not, was accused of desecrating a druid's grave. Um, specifically a druidic temple underground, in which his vassals were ordered to steal an artifact from, which sunk an island. Uh, Lordain had Mammoth step out from behind the glass to hear that statement. Don't know exactly how she knew you were there, or if that was specifically meant for you as a druidic bit or just the island bit. But there's a whole lot of question marks going off in your head. Um, she talked about how Layla Salir, the previous sponsor of the once Shazai and still sponsor of Mammoth, was once married to a lich. In fact, killed more people than he did to obtain a state of immortality. Um, the understanding that she is not awakened but extraordinarily powerful for various different magical items was seen with some weapons and items that she showed both on her person when she was readying to step up to her. And didn't exactly have the best comeback as she name dropped her dead husband, Vander Yonduel, a familiar name to at least one person in this room. It says the same name of the lich that you all killed back in Port Cliff. In a weakened state, and of course, in a tournament, but nonetheless, more questions raised. And last but not least, you got a little looky into a potential death closer to home than the others. As one of the number one haters, not just your group, but specifically to a past member of your group, Belle Estelle, daughter of the Monarch of Dragons, and one who made you wait 10 minutes before getting back up on Mimic Island. At least you think she made you wait. You're not sure, but hey, man. Uh, we were allowed to theorize. The claim was dropped that she, in some way that was not actually explained or led further on, had a part in Maeve's death. You're unsure if that's the actual killing of Maeve by the hobgoblin/goblin pirates, the entrapment of her soul, the entire encounter as a whole, or if there was any other attempts on her life that potentially you didn't know about. But Reese, Mammoth, Duradon, and Kipley all heard that. Duradon doesn't really know Maeve too well, so that meant jack shit to you. But nevertheless, all that shit was dropped, and Lauren Dane tried to talk Evelyn Gray into coming with her, not saying who hired her to get her out of here, but saying that someone cared about her enough to hire Lorna Dane to escort her safely to a place of her choosing that was anywhere but here. Uh, and as agreed upon before, Lordain took use of Herima, her previous weapon, and a much more powerful weapon in her hands than Endurodon's, as it goes off the total amount of kills that you have with it. Endurodon has a strong 27 kills, many more to come, most likely, uh, but dwarfed in comparison to someone who has been using it for decades. And it showed as she cast not just a spell that couldn't be counterspelled, but also stopped any physical or magical attacks from being able to come after you. Something that more arcane-based users fortunately couldn't really look into because the only one that was there was behind a pane of glass and couldn't exactly see the casting in the best manner. But out of character, just because it's fun, you would surmise that a number of you guys have item abilities, and once you get high enough on the kill counter, excuse me, with a legendary sword like this, you get similar item abilities. One of which, at least Kipley would have a better idea, I guess. You would assume is an enhanced wall of force. One of the most useful spells for locking down creatures who don't necessarily have magic that goes off of line of sight and not physical direction. So, with all of that shit just said out loud and looking like Evelyn Gray was just wanting to get out of there in general, she started drawing a circle on the ground, as you would assume to be some sort of teleportation circle, and was getting ready to get out of there before Layla Salir ended up having one trick up her sleeve. Kipley got an update that her job was to test herself in how useful she could be. As you're still unsure how much she knows about you, but she at least knew that you have the ability to both dispel, semi-counterspell, and reflect spells. It got real close. Unfortunately, Layla Salir, although not being an awakened, has items that make her rolls very, very good. And she done beat you out, losing by a slight margin, but enough that your redirection of a disintegrate spell couldn't stop the beam from turning the magical barrier into dust, in which you saw all three sponsors and a massive, now fully transformed metallic gorilla beginning to bum rush your group as there wasn't exactly a whole lot of other options. Lorna Dane essentially dropped that she had inside information on the council, personal lore on each and every single one of them, and was also stealing a person of interest that they physically did not need/want near the island. So, totally unsure of what extent of violence is going to break out, you two weren't given any last orders before we ended the session. But I think it's great to start off there tonight. So I apologize for the almost 30-minute recap because we had a lot to cover. But we will pick up there tonight. Moving away from the island of Paradise Peak, where a potential attack of both heralds, unknown parties, or whatnot, whoever was assaulting Mustang Strums. And we go over to what was a Freudian slip slightly, but is known information to both Mammoth and Reese of the location. Not a dweller. No, 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 no. Too big, not great for storing people. You need a little more subtle of a carrier for such a high interest person. We go beneath the waves, down into the depths, Paradise Peak shoreline, and diving into oceans that you yourselves have actually swam to and past this current level as a small metallic ship with no sails, with no rudder, but with glass pane windows and a reinforced hull, is currently holding some extraordinarily powerful magical and physical sponsors, vassals, Vulcans, and this world's version of a Hulk. In the form of Evelyn Gray. Also, Duradon is there in the partial form of a Hulk because Duradon Smash.
We're
in multiple
underwater?
ways. We are underwater, baby.
Wait, how did they get down? Never mind. You keep going. Sorry.
We had to breeze past that because of less time last time, but I will give you a slight recap at the end of the session, / if we take a break, which we most likely will, because I will need water eventually after all the talking that we're about to fucking do. Well, I don't know about talking. We'll see in a second. But anyway, we go back to the checkered tiled floor, this holding cell. So, order of operations. I am going to ask Kipley, Duradon, both of you, if you could please roll initiative for me. Now, Mammoth and Reese, you two also roll initiative for me. However, do not feel like you need to act on your turns just yet. As a matter of, you were being escorted out of the room as this started. But Reese, you're currently behind a fake wall at the moment. So if you would like to try and do anything here, you can. However, I will remind both of you, you are very unaware of who these two individuals are, as both Kipley and Duradon are in disguises. Kira is in disguise, and not just her dragon disguise, all of them which are in black cloaks and masks, except Duradon has a funny feeder mask. I will not forget that detail. You pissed Kira off, it will remain. And you are well aware that Laura Day Newman is in her normal attire and self, so keep that in mind. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Is it 14.16? What the? Pause.
It's Dex Initiative tiebreaker where it puts your Dex score as
That's
a
fine.
tiebreaker.
Love that. Love it. For the sake of sakes, if you want to just drag Reese's token on like the edge of the wall, that would be appreciated.
Yes.
So I can add to the turn order. All of the, I say all of them as if there's not just the two of you. Both members of the six are currently wearing disguises, including Kira as well. Mammoth with a big ol' 14. I don't think your dex is high enough to beat out Duradon's. What is your total dexterity score?
I think it's either 14 or 16. Yeah, it's 14.
We're gonna put you at a whopping 13, just for order's sake. Unless someone else gets that, which will be annoying. But we'll get that when we get there.
Who these bitches up here?
Hmm?
Nothing.
Oh, who are those bitches up there? My roll 20's being funky? Oh yeah, what the fuck? Make sure you're dragging on the right token. Reese. Oh, did you try and update your token? You might have accidentally, when you changed your avatar, changed your token. which is Unfortunatos. Let me very quickly, I think I can just save the image off of Roll20. I can, fantastic. And let me just upload it to your sheet. Cause Reese got some new drip. Which I think you shared in Artspam, right? Or Game Visual. Did we share the new Reese drip? We did.
I think
Hell
she did, yeah.
Looks fucking great. All right. Bop, change, drag on. Oh, compressed owl. Oh no. Well, it will do for now. If/when we take a break, I will save. I'll save a new version of the token and add it. So, I'm gonna drag you here so I can add a turn. And then you can put you back. There you go. Thank you. I'll fix the token afterwards. My apologies. Roll 5. Cool. Kira. Boy, this is not looking great for you guys. At least not for team break-in. And the sponsors. One by one. Layla. Oh no, that's not good for you. So 19. Carta Bindstrom. Not the man of the highest decks in the world, but still going to beat both of you. And the one that you really want to roll well. Your dex is 16, right, Duradon?
Yes, 16.
16? Okay. God damn it. Fuck it, let's do rollies. She has the same decks and the same rolls as you. Just go ahead and roll me a straight d20. Whoever gets the higher will go first. There you go. 19, baby. Ooh, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna put Mammoth. I'm sorry, you're getting demoted to 12. It doesn't change anything in the order, but she will get changed to a 13. Wow, we had a lot of fucking 14s in here. Goddamn. Okay. Cool. So I am going to go ahead and ask, because Duradon and Kipley, both of you were told to stay ready / alert, preparing, not for this worst case scenario, because this was not what you were told, but you were preparing both Duradon to help grapple with Evelyn Gray, Kipley to stop the advancement of any spells. So before we go into any actual order, is there anything that you two would like to do, either as actions, bonus actions, anything like that, or if you have anything that you would like to communicate with yourselves or your current linked up group, because do remember you do have Rory's telepathic bond between all 4 of you, Lorna Dane, Kira, and both of you. In this moment, I will be completely honest with you. It looks like, very much so, that they are bum rushing either towards Lorna Dane or Evelyn. It doesn't look like anyone's rushing towards either of you just yet, based on the map positioning. However, you genuinely don't know, because there's both people with ranged weapons here and spell casting, so you were kind of just left up in the air.
Okay. And this is the door. So this is the doorway Mammoth came through. Reese is still on the other side looking through the windows, correct?
You have not yet seen Reese.
Okay.
All you saw was a door opened, and you saw a long hallway that continued outward. And Mammoth walked through it. Mustang
Okay.
walked in. What's up, baby girl? All right.
Kipley would like, if she can, and if it still works, to use her ring of spell refueling.
Sure.
Given
Absolutely.
her by Rictus. It's still working.
Given to you by Rictus.
Yeah.
It does still work.
Okay.
It only will leave. Well, here's the thing. One, not to make you lose hope, but those infusions do stay for at least 3 days after the artificer's death. But it works for now.
Okay.
I'm fine with you. The spell thing, the spell refuel does go through. You do regain your spell slot.
Okay.
That is just an action. If you have a bonus action movement at all,
Oh, we
or
can.
anything that you like to communicate to your party, please let me know.
I think no, because Lorna Dean told her what she was supposed to do and to not do anything else otherwise. So instead, she's going to use her telepathic ability and just tell Evelyn Gray.
Yeah.
Look, don't freak out, but it's Kipley. I'm over here in the hooded. Just trust us. Please come with us.
Fantastic. So, this is the one where they can't respond back to you, right?
Correct.
At least not telepathically. Fantastic. So you send a message to Evelyn Gray. Awesome. Cool. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check with disadvantage. It's not disadvantage because of anything that necessarily you have done. It is because of this situation as a whole.
That's fair.
And also the spur of the moment, people have started taking action. Oh, 2 15s. Lovely. You don't happen to have your token on you right now, right?
No, Dorodon has it.
Duradon has it? Okay. Cool. You're gonna find out how that works out in a second.
All right.
You did say it was your name, so that helps. Just we'll get to that in a second. Duradon.
She knows me. We're friends.
We're besties. We slayed Marrow together. Duradon, is there anything that you would like to do and or communicate?
Duradon is going to bonus action, of course, rage. From his perspective, because he's trying to distinguish himself from being Duradon, he thinks for a moment about kind of doing the traditional hop around and kind of stance switch that activates his rage normally. But with the tenseness of this moment, he instead kind of reflects back on how his father prepared for battle. Instead, it is a kind of a slow lowering of his center of gravity, and almost like a pressure release, as if his skin, bones, muscles have all been so tightly wound, and they pop with a release of built-up pressure he didn't realize was there. He will then communicate to Lornaine, and will say, heads up, plan A failed. What's next? And will attempt to move around behind the lady we're here to pick up. I'm bad with her name.
Evelyn Gray?
Evelyn Gray.
Move
and
around.
Just be
just to the
prepared.
outside?
Yeah, it's gonna try to move behind Lorna Dane to get to the back, because of the fact that when I rage, I get to move half my movement speed.
Oh, hell yeah. Is that for the elk?
No, that is just a base feature. It is not fast movement. It is
Oh
instinctive
shit.
pounce. Instinctive pounce. Yeah.
That is I forgot the level 7 version of it. Hell yeah. Good shit.
Yep.
So you zip zap zoobity bop there, no problem whatsoever. Hell yes. That is just your bonus action and movement. Any action immediately taken, or are you gonna wait for the Lauren Dane's response?
He's gonna see if Lorna Dane responds, and it might change kind of what he does. But his first plan is to follow the instructions she gave him, which is kind of be prepared to prevent her from playing a note, and or grab her to move her out of the way of incoming danger.
Hell yeah. All right. In the brief moment that Lorna Dane has to respond, which is less than 6 seconds in total, you see she doesn't look towards you, but you can hear, you do get a telepathic response back. And the response goes to both you and Kipley simultaneously. I don't know why I say Kipley. Kipley. It goes to both of you at the same time. And you hear this first. You don't know if it's meant to be picked up by the telepathic bond, or just because the telepathic bond exists, you get it anyways. This slight chuckle and almost like sigh of either happiness, relief, you're unsure, but you get some sense of actually, what is your passive insight, not passive perception? Kipley, the 15 is not bad. What's your passive insight, Duradon? I think yours should be pretty high too.
Also 15.
15? Okay. So conveniently, both of you pick up. There's some genuine pleasure coming out of what she just said and their reactions to this. Just like Duradon also has sometimes, there's a little bit, you sense a slight bit of excitement for what's to come. You hear in your heads as she both goes, "Wonderful, lads and lady, this is plan B. Welcome to the shit show. Kira is going to take care of things for a second. I need to have a discussion with both of you. Hold still for 2 seconds."
Cool.
Go into initiative. Now, all's fair in D&D and war. Reese and Mammoth, because Mammoth, I think you're more like over here. As Mammoth, you were walking away before this broke out, and Reese, you are just watching. Any initial thoughts and or actions from you two?
I can't see Reese right now, right? Like through
You
the...
cannot see Reese, no. It is just a fake wall that you can see. You know it's a fake wall, but you cannot actually see her. You know that if you make any like hand gestures or anything like that, it will be seen, but just as you were behind the wall a few moments ago, sound does not travel too well through them if it's in a hushed voice. If you scream, it'll be heard, but also, everyone else will hear it.
Yeah, I'll just turn around and kind of give her a shrug like that dude in the old white dude in the red shirt. You know what I'm talking about?
I would find it.
What?
Wow,
I hope you're talking about my Lord and Savior.
Oh.
No.
No? Different? Okay. All right. I got real excited for a
I'll
second.
find it.
Wait, old dude.
Yeah, yeah. Fourth Ash knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, the stock image guy
Yeah.
turning around? Oh, okay.
Oh.
My apologies. Cool. Before I spend my time looking for that, you just shrug at him? You shrug at her? Okay. Reese, you've been shrugged at? There we go. Yeah, him. Love that man. Reese, you've been shrugged at and also have seen how this encounter has begun to play out. any initial reaction from you? There doesn't have to be one. But if you do have something you would like to do.
Oops.
She's just gonna keep watching from behind the glass.
I love it. I came here to spectate, and that is what I will do. Alright.
I think she came there to talk, but I think it's out of her hands by now.
You were hired as negotiators. And you just kind of have to peel that tag off the vest and just be like, hey, man, my job no longer exists.
Shamely just drops it on the ground.
There was no tag, but you drop an imaginary tag. Ma'am, are you walking? Are you continuing towards the door, or are you just standing there? Because that will be important for this round, or excuse me, potential upcoming round.
I was just gonna stand there.
You stand there? Okay.
Yeah, but you're making me nervous.
All right. Hey, no, choices have been made, words have been said. Lie in your bed. All right, so we are gonna move on to what actually happens in like second by second, frame by frame. So Pterodon, it's a good thing that you raged, because it wasn't necessarily going to be meant specifically for targeting you first. However, you are currently in the way of Lorna Dane. Belle is currently in the way of Lorna Dane, and Lorna Dane is using Evelyn Gray as a human shield. There's physically no way that she can make any attempt to attack Lorna Dane Newman without either hurting her ally or the person that, if she becomes a monster, is out of control, and you're in. Without your knowledge, you're in a submarine. In her knowledge, she knows that this thing, one of these walls breaks, is going to be real bad. So she is going to go ahead and target the person right within her line of sight. I need you, my friend, to go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. Which I think you do have advantage on, because it's something that you can see. 17.
You can also use the protection of the talisman now.
For saving throws?
Mm-hmm.
You added
What's
the name for it?
So it's a D4.
Do I fail? I can only do it if it fails.
Well, no, yes, so it's only if you fail. Which is
Una
awesome.
momento por favor. I have many different people. Okay, there we go. Shane. Never mind, not saying that name out loud. It is. You might want to use it. It is a failure. It's not by much. Do you pop the token? Is it his reaction or your reaction, Ghibli?
It's
his, right?
his. Yeah, he's got
Okay,
it.
fantastic. You want to pop that react? Okay, cool. You only need the one. It was a DC 18. Because unfortunately it doesn't go off of her stats. It's just an item thing.
Oh, it's not even a reaction. It just says it's no action.
What to say? Yeah, I don't think the
Is no action for talisman?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no
just
action.
works.
That. Hey, bless up to the Bone Mother. The gifts that she gives are useful in terms of action economy. Hell yeah. So you see Durdon as a chain that is, you saw how it's been like kind of semi-slithering up and down Layla Salir's arm and kind of wrapping around her palm specifically, shoots out towards you from a pretty damn long distance away for a chain. You know, whips and like basic kind of like ranged weapons in general, or excuse me, not ranged weapons, reach weapons in general, only are typically 10 feet. 25 feet ain't even a problem. This thing looks like it still has slack on her arm. And as it goes to bind you, and potentially do things to you that you are unaware of or unsure of, as this, you know, magical items from one of the most wealthy people on Paradise Peak, who knows the fuck it's gonna do. You avoid it, narrowly. Hey. Everyone knows his whips. You avoid the grapple narrowly, and whatever else was to come. And because Layla Salir doesn't have a class, she only gets one attack per action. So that is going to be her turn, as she's just going to go ahead and start moving to the side over here, towards some of the pillars. That's going to be that. Carter Binstrom is up. He's going to go ahead and run full force forward. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to get to the sideline, and you watch as now fully in view the, I don't want to say built-in pistol, but kind of like revolving barrel hand that is currently attached to his right hand is held up towards Lauren Day Newman, and he is going to go ahead and make 5 attacks.
Whoa!
Welcome to sponsor
Fire.
combat, baby. We earn these titles. That is in be a 19, a 27, a 28, a 22, and a 25.
Wow, plus 12.
Welcome welcome to combat, boys and girls. The more fucked up part is with shield, as Lauren Day Newman is going to cast, only 2 of those hit. As the 27-28 meet / beat the plus 5 AC that she gets from shield. However, that is going to save her from a lot of damage, because guess what? Firearms hurt, especially when they're built from actual sponsors. So this is going to go ahead and be, let's see, fantastic. That just rolled 2 10s. Damn, that's sad. That is 2 2s. That is 20 points of piercing damage, as a spray of bullets that dirt on, because you're already dodging the grappling chain, you kind of sidestep and just feel the breeze of bullets go past you and slamming into the wall. You see Lorraine takes the hits, doesn't look happy, but also, as shown in the past when she took hits from Duradon and a few others, she got a little extra HP to go around, even though it's not too much. That is going to be his turn. As bonus action, he is going to bring Thaddeus around. Not going to take any action just yet, because he's not within range to do so. But, Duradon, that brings us to your turn. Now, what you want to do / will do versus what you're told to do is completely up to you. You were told that to wait for Kira for 1 and or 2 seconds. Kira seems to be, at least from what you can tell, because you actually aren't really facing, you aren't in a place where you can see her. You can't see what Kira's doing and or what's going on here. So what would Durdon like to do? You're gonna put your trust in Lornadane, or are you gonna act on your own?
Duradon is at the juncture where he's like, okay, well, this fucking sucks, but also we're a bit above our pay grade. So I have to attack, or else rage drops.
Didn't get hit. True.
Yep, because I didn't get hit.
You can also expend another use of rage if you want. Smiley face.
Damn, before I...
Smiley face.
Let me
Use the
make sure.
resources, Luke.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fucking...
Please hold while your barbarian finds alternatives to killing himself.
This is true. Okay, cool. Cool. Lorna Dane, when she touched my weapon, did it return back to the normal shape, or is it back to what I changed it to initially?
That is a good point. I believe you turned it into the one-handed greatsword first, and then she grabbed the staff, and then grabbed it and turned to a staff. That's right.
So it's a staff right now?
I'm going to say, well, because you had the prep round, you didn't necessarily do anything with your action. If you wanted to change it back into a different weapon type, you can absolutely do so.
Yes, I'm gonna
feel that would be
change
fair.
it back. Yeah, I'm gonna change it back to the blade.
Sure.
And when she touched it, did it get rid of my crystalline carbonate, or
No, carbonate is
does that
still in
still remain?
effect.
Gotcha.
It only changed the shape of the weapon. It didn't change the effects applied to it.
Gang. Cool. Well, I'm about to do it again. I'm gonna use my bonus action to crystalline carbonate once again, which does deal damage to me. So I can maintain my rage.
I am my enemy.
And
Love it.
I am going to also expend a malice burst to apply luck of the malice cord to the weapon. Let me make sure I can't apply any other.
Which, can you remind me what that does?
Pluck of the malice cord. I can only apply it to reach weapons, which this one has been given the reach property. When I use a bonus action or reaction to apply crystalline carbonate to a weapon with the reach property, whenever I successfully hit a creature, no more than one size greater than my own with a weapon attack, I can move the creature to an unoccupied space. This creature's new space must still be within my reach and a distance no further than half my reach from the creature's original space.
Okay. Understood.
And so I'm going to go ahead, apply that, take the damage to maintain rage, and then use my action to dodge.
That's what we love to see, baby. Dodge action. Cool. Here's where the fun begins. Belle Estelle. Six's numero uno hater. Not numero uno. You got a lot of contestants actually for that role. Belle has no beef with the random side hoe next to her. All respect with Dirdon. As there's only one person that just dropped information bombs after information bombs, and is also holding hostage, but also hostage. So she fully swings on Loredane while she is holding Evelyn Gray, and you see that as Belle goes for the swing, she's naturally in a state of a hybrid transformation at all times, meaning she has a draconic tail. She has not fully scale-like skin, but you can see her nails, specifically like the fingertips, are more like claws than actual just normal fingernails. And you watch as Duradon, since you are right up next to her, and she's also much taller than Loredane, so you can kind of see over her as she goes down for the swipe. You watch as the hand comes down in an arc, as it fully begins to transform from human flesh into blue scale, and the size of an already large creature turns to huge, and she takes not one, not two, not three. It is free attacks. 2 claw attacks and a tail, as she is still technically humanoid. However, she is now covered head to toe in this scale-like pattern, and the claws grow out a whole lot more. And if you thought plus 12 was bad, there's a 33, there's an 18, that's a 29. So, 1 miss, 2 hit. Oh yeah, not all sponsors are made the same. And which is actually a good fact to remind you of, because some people in this room have more intel than others. Duradon, I will allow you to know this without any history check, because that would be unfair to you since you've been living on this island for more than a decade. You know that not every year, and not necessarily by a pattern that you have been around long enough to recognize, there is not an official ranking necessarily for sponsors in the way there are for vassals. So like C, B, S, A, all of those random letter classes that you get to determine your uh, essentially ranking status within the guild. Um, there's no official spoken list for the sponsors. However, you're very familiar with the fact that no one questions that the strongest among them is most certainly Bellistel. As not only is she the direct descendant of a monarch, but also has been around for quite some time and has partaken in just about every single conflict, battle, and or war that has been waged in all of the Shrouded Isles. So that's going to help explain the damage rolls as well. Just in case you wanted to beef with her in the future, you get a little preview. Cool. That is going to be 39 points of damage. Not even high rolls for both of them. You see Learning goes from looking fine to not fully bloodied, but her left arm, which is holding Evelyn, you watch as she pivots Evelyn towards your direction, Durdon, almost like a, here, you take her. As she doesn't shove her towards you, but she kind of positions Evelyn in like a protective manner towards her, in your direction. So uses herself as a shield, because she has the shield spelled up. And even with the shield spell up, you hear the raking of flesh as the claw slashes through the arcane energy into her arm, and you just watch as chunks of it fall to the floor, along with a large amount of viscera and blood. That's her turn. Mammoth, you doing anything? As you can now see a full-on brawl starting to get out.
Dodge, I suppose. I don't want to catch any strays.
Mammoth just starts fucking hopping back and forth, doing like the stand and play sidestep. Hell yeah. It gets to Kira's turn. You now see why Evelyn said, or excuse me, Lorendane said to wait for Kira's turn. Kira, as a bonus action, shifts, once again becoming a familiar form of a massive draconic being. However, not one that you fought last time. When you fought her last, there were semi-shimmering blue and white scales, and a whole lot of radiant damage. You see a pattern of black and red scales covering this dragon from head to toe. It is roughly between 25 to 30 feet long, and you can see the wingspan is not of a fully grown adult dragon. At least Kipling and Mammoth would be able to tell, because you guys have seen the inside of the Damballa estate, where all the dragons are kept. But it is also not any semblance of a young or wormling version of a dragon. To be more specific, this is a young adult dragon. And more specifically, a young adult time dragon. And you watch as for her action, Kira lets out a large, almost ear-splitting roar that echoes throughout the chamber. And as it echoes, almost a sound wave visible to the naked eye is seen passing through each and every single one of the individuals within this room, including all of the sponsors, Mammoth, all of you. However, as it washes over everyone with the black mantles on, you feel for a second as time seems to almost warp. You feel sluggish and slow, and you feel almost like your joints stiffen up and you lock into place. And then the same second that feeling washes over Kipling and Duradon, it immediately is nullified. So you feel almost like a warm sensation run through your bodies and feel the cloaks slightly billow. as going into effect, a time stop is cast. And we go to Kipley's turn. As you look around, you see frozen in the actions of violence all of the sponsors. You see Mammoth in the background is like one leg is up in the air and the other leg is on the floor, looking like he's in a dodge stance or was getting in a dodge stance but didn't quite stick the landing before the spell went off. Layla Salir kind of chains still, but looking like they were about to shoot out back towards Duradon's direction. And Carter Binstrom hand reloading the arm cannon. All of which have no signs of movement. But you, as you kind of look down at yourself and move, have your full facilities. And you look and you turn as, or you can see as Lorendane kind of turns and gives you a smile. Told you.
No, actually you didn't. You said nothing about any of this.
I just said wait for Kira. Is there anything that you would like to do? Or also you can use your turn to converse with anyone within the group that is currently not frozen.
Shit.
Shit indeed.
She's going there.
Smart.
And then she'll
You just go behind the dragon as she turns around and just
She's
gives,
trying to
like,
get
a little puff
around
smoke.
her, but I guess she'll throw some Eldritch Blast at this guy.
Oh shit, we choose a violence.
Well, she just... What else is she gonna do?
Go for it. Go for it. I mean, she didn't explicitly give you anything else to do. So if you want to choose violence, choose violence, baby girl. Go for it. Eldritch Blast. Ooh, nice. 25 definitely hits, and a 17. I need to check Thaddeus's gorilla stat block. I think it hits because his AC is not high, but his hit points. There's something. AC 15, so that does hit.
Okay. So 11 and 15. So
11, 15.
24.
Gotcha.
No, I'm
26
sorry,
points?
26. I can add. I can add.
I mean, I'll take the 24 if you
Nah.
want. I mean, 26. Gotcha. Here, perfect. That's your action, movement, bonus action, anything, or do you want to converse either with anyone within the bond or your telepathy?
I think she'll actually... she doesn't know Reese is back there. She'll... Fuck! Alright,
It's
she'll...
not a bonus action.
Yeah, she'll message or telepathically connect to Mammoth.
What's the range on that ability, bud?
60. Hold on. Wait. Where is it? Where is it?
It should be
is.
under.
Yeah, here it is.
There you go.
Increases. You can speak to any creature you can see within 60. Oh, he's 85. Then disregard. That is her turn.
Okay. We bunkering down. Cool. I need to actually, excuse me for one moment. I need to check a radius. Great flashback indeed. Oh yeah, no. So even as we go to Reese from behind the screen, Reese is currently done diddly frozen. Any fun pose Reese is gonna be frozen in, or is she just kind of thinker's face, looking for the glass, still observing? You're a little that later. Okay, gotcha. Carter's turn. Nothing. Duradon. Doing anything?
Duradon is going to speak to Newman again and say, all right, they're frozen. What are we doing? Can you finish the circle? We be out of here. I don't feel like dying to a vassal today. This is telepathically, or through the Roy's telepathic bond.
I'm working on it. My entire job wasn't just per se to get Evelyn out of here, though. It was to thoroughly embarrass all of the sponsors and take some snapshots of it.
Ugh.
Give me a few seconds. If you like, you can help escort her to here. And you see Evelyn is frozen. She, in no way, shape, or form, is wearing where you are. So she is currently just T-posed up, kind of like a Barbie at the moment.
Duradon is going to look over her person to see if he can find the violin, first and foremost.
It is very obvious. Kind of like how you would have a holster for a gun. You see she has a holster on her back. That like there is violin cases, and you can strap those to your back. She opts for a easier to grab. One has the bow is separate from the actual violin, and is by her hip for like an easy, quick draw of a note. So you could take it off her if you like.
Yeah, he's gonna take the. He's gonna leave her with the bow. Take off the violin, because if it was the other way around, people can finger play violin. So
I don't know how it works. That's fair.
No, I know people can finger play violins.
Yeah.
It's not good, but it's better than nothing. And then he's going to kind of like hoist her up and begin moving her away on the other side of the dragon.
Sure, go for it. How much movement you got, dear bud?
40 feet of movement.
It is
right
encumbered because you do have a person. If you want to action dash, you can go another 20.
Yep.
Awesome. So actually, while we're within this, I don't necessarily need to go into the turn order. I don't even go into turn order. Except actually, I do. Because here's a fun little thing. Kira, not Sierra. Kira awakened at level 9. However, she also awakened back before Maeve even died / going on major adventures. So a few months in between. What's happened this few months? Who knows? But because, and you're gonna hate yourself for this, Kipley, because you haven't hit anyone of major importance, we're gonna go out of initiative. However, it doesn't mean that you are safe. As you hit Thaddeus, and guess what the side effect of hitting someone with a time stop does? Cancels time stop on them. So
Look, it's not like anyone's
You
ever
watch-
explained this stuff to her before.
Oh, fair is fair. Also, you did shoot the frozen person, and especially the frozen gorilla. You
Absolutely no one gave her any instruction except to stand there and look pretty. And she did that and nothing worked.
So, here's the fun part about this. Because I almost forgot about this part of the feature. Carter Binstrom, in his main essence of a class, is a battlesmith. And Thaddeus has been assigned his companion. Very much in the same to Rictus, in which you would normally have to use a bonus action in order to command him. However, they can also act on their own if their previous commander is incapacitated. So you watch as the gorilla would normally not be able to attack, um, without having anyone to command him, has his full facilities. So he moves over to the side here, and because you're behind him, behind Kira, which is literally the only reason why you aren't going to be hit by a melee attack, he is just going to take, 'cause he's not that smart. His creator's smart. He's not that smart. He's going to rip a pillar off of the wall and throw a chunk of it at you.
Okay.
That is going to go ahead and be a 23 to hit.
Yep.
Awesome. I do apologize for what is to come. It's 29 points of bludgeoning damage
Okay.
as a boulder hits into your kind of between just the shoulder and the clavicle, breaks apart off of kind of like the armor and the cloak, and you will feel that tomorrow morning and for many other mornings, as just pure stone slaps you right into the side. Luckily, can't make multiple ranged attacks per turn, can only make one. Still fucking hurt. So you see as Lorndane goes about, now because Evelyn has been dragged down with Duradon, she goes up to each and every single one of them, just kind of using a little bit of movement here. And you see as she takes what looks like to be a string out of midair, as she looks at the sponsor for a second, looks at Belstelle, takes a string, plucks it out of the air, looks at Layla Salir, takes a string, plucks it out of the air, looks at Carter, takes a string, plucks it out of the air, and begins weaving them into almost a kind of cord-like rope. And you see she ties them up. You can begin to see that the sponsor's movements slowly begin to actually have sustenance as the claw begins to cut through the air once more, as the chain begins to slowly move forward, and as Carter Binstrom's arm is popping back into place with a reload. Only a singular round is left, and Lorndane just calmly walks to the back, smiles. All right, well, I thank you for accompanying me on this little side quest of ours. Much appreciated. On to the main task, shall we? And just kind of claps her hands together, and reaches down, finishing off the circle. And you see, in the same rapid moment that you arrived, that swirling gateway of energy opens once more, and she hops directly into it. I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that both of you follow in suit. Unless you have any last actions or otherwise that you would like to do.
No, yeah, Kippy will jump through. Once she sees Duradon and Evelyn are going.
Okay. Duradon, you just bringing Evelyn through?
Yeah, Duradon has no beef with any of these people, though he does remember what is said about the daughter of the Monarch of Dragons and her involvement in the death. But aside from that, not his monkey, not his circus, not his people, not his problems. So he just jumps in.
Hell yeah. And one by one, you all disappear into the portal. As it closes for the brief second that would have let one of the sponsors or Massive Giant Gorilla slip through, time returns to normal. The sponsors all at once kind of stumble and trip, and you can see Bell just kind of claws at the air. Kurt aims his gun and then looks confused as there's no targets, and Leila Salir kind of also looking around in confusion as all of you vanish without a trace. And as they all go to confer, you see that, although you are not there, other party members are. So I will say this out loud anyways. Mammoth and Reese, more specifically Mammoth, as time stop ends and you come back to your normal state of consciousness, you can hear Belle Estelle immediately going back down in size, looks towards Carter Binstrom and goes, "Go and retrieve the prototypes. I don't care what he says if they are not fully ready. We are going to track her down. One way or another, she is not going to get free with this information. We cannot afford a time like this, where we are about to be at war, to have people doubting us and looking into things they should not. Go and retrieve the teleporter." And you see Carter looks back and kind of holding his hand up to like the side of his ear. "Already underway. One of my vessels is bringing it here now. It should only take them a few minutes. I don't know how far she can get within that time, but we will find her. Don't worry." And from there, we will briefly go to a distant land that's actually not too distant, but is very familiar to all. Loved and enjoyed. Fun and mayhem were had as the group of Duradon, Evelyn Gray, our lovely doll of Kipley Gamorta, and Lauren Day Newman all pop out, not outside of, because that would be dangerous, but pop out inside of a very familiar, metallic, and partially flesh room.
Ugh.
As you are all back on the Sky Swimmer, baby, plopping out with Evelyn Gray in hand, who just kind of flops onto the floor with Duradon as you all land not so gracefully. Fully preparing to land on solid ground. This is semi-solid ground, but also moving and kind of a violent jerk between. I guess you were in a previous submarine, so it just goes from one weird space to another. But the main point is, as you all land, you, Duradon, still holding her violin, you see Evelyn immediately goes to reach for her, for the holster, and sees that it's missing, and looks at you, and has a look of action ready. You are also about 2.5 feet taller than this woman. And Kipley knows that without the violin, for whatever reason, being within her hand, she is a normal human. So, at least Kipley, you have the reassurance that she won't immediately be of use or doing anything. But Duradon looks like she's about to attempt to grab that back. As Lauren Dane steps through the gate last with a big smile and goes, "So sorry for dragging you all along with that, but I didn't want to just leave you here unattended. That would be very irresponsible of me. And you were both very useful. Thank you ever so. If I took all of those hits, I might have actually been in a bit of trouble there. However, made it slightly easier for my second job to be completed. Many more to come, though. We have to prepare for a heist. We have roughly 10-ish minutes, so mentally prep, get ready for a good old bashing of skulls, systems, alarms, magical devices, everything in between.
What? No, wait. Why
Yes?
did we just do this?
As I said, I didn't want to leave you here. That'd be very irresponsible.
Why
But
is she... Why did you...
oh,
Fuck
honey,
it.
because I was paid to do it.
And what are your plans now?
Go to bring Miss Gray to wherever she wishes, and to deliver this. And she holds up the kind of roped together strings to the anonymous benefactor who asked me to do this.
Right, so you're not going to tell us who?
Why would I? I would be breaking everything that I stand by. In the same way that I will never tell a soul that either of you are working with me on this job to compromise your vassalship state.
Why did they...
I won't be revealing any of my clients.
Why did they want to pay for her to be taken away from the sponsors?
None of my concern.
How much did you get paid for it?
None of your concern.
I'm a little curious, though. Come on.
Just know, by the end of this night, I will be one of the richest and most powerful women in all of Paradise Peak. But that's also a small scope. It'll most likely be in the Shrouded Isles as a whole.
Are you delivering her to somewhere, or is she free to go?
And while this conversation is happening, Evelyn is not saying a word and is just staring at Durdon. And you see, while you're having your back and forth, she goes, "Are you going to give that back to me? Or are you also just holding me hostage in a different place now?"
Duradon will look down at the woman and nod his head towards his current leader and tell her that she needs to talk to Newman.
Go ahead and make me a... actually, what is... Your passive perception is 23, right?
Yes.
Cool. I will allow an insight check then.
Insight.
As you're currently... As you look over to Lorendane and your eyes wander off of her for a moment. I'll give you a roll of chance here. 8. Cool. So go ahead and get a second. But as you kind of say that, Lordaine speaks and goes, "Oh yes, dear. Don't worry about a singular thing. You can leave at any time. If you have any place in mind that you'd like to be dropped off, perfectly acceptable too. I was just told to give you this as a sign that you will be in good hands no matter where you go." And you see she hands a similar looking thread to Evelyn Gray. Separate from the ones that she created, she pulls this out of her actual bag of holding and hands it to her. And Evelyn goes, "I need my violin in order to see whatever that is." And Newman goes, "Oh, yes, of course. By all means, Duradon. No need to treat our guest like she is a hostile in this moment. You can give it back. I'm sorry that we had to take it away in the first place. It was just, things were getting a little heated, and I didn't want you to accidentally cause any bumps in the road as we were trying to pave a way of friendship." You see Evelyn immediately snaps her eyes towards you.
Duradon does lower it down to her level.
She snatches it the second you even take it take it off of your hands. You begin to bring it down. She just snatches it up the second it's within reach, and immediately you hear just play a single note, and you don't see any recognizable change, but she just looks down and her eyes widen at the string, and she looks over towards Newman and goes, "Why would he ever trust you to help with this mission? Why would he ever? That doesn't make sense. What? I mean, I can understand." And she goes, "None of my concern, dear. You can ask him yourself. However, where would you like to go? If you want, I can send you right to him or to a different place and tell him where you went. Either way, I just need you off of this sky swimmer because we are about to get shot at and I don't want you here. Because if you ruin this setup that we've worked to repair over the past week or so, I'm going to be really sad. So much effort has gone into this, you know." Evelyn pauses for a moment. Go ahead.
Oh, she's gonna pull her hood off, rip the mask off, and she's gonna look between the both of them. And she's gonna look at Evelyn.
Evelyn immediately looks surprised. I did not. Excuse me. I forgot my accent for a second. God damn it. I did not know if you were telling the truth or if this was some sort of ruse to lead me into a sense of false security. So I apologize if I did not immediately trust your voice at first. But
it's very understandable.
What are you doing here? Are you working with her? I thought you were a vessel.
So much shit has been going down. I don't know what's happening. What I do know is... Do you remember Maeve?
The
Dumbo, yeah.
The one that they
that one
there,
that's her sister, Maeve.
And you see Kira is not... While she jumped for the portal with you, you see her back is turned from the party. And Duradon, because you have such a high passive, would notice, before she turned, she is in full 1,000 yard stare right now. With a 15 passive insight from both of you, you can take a not so hard guess here and tell that she did not know the information that was just said during that little encounter and is clearly having some sort of reaction to it.
Which part?
Maeve,
you would take a guess and think maybe, yeah, it was the fact that Bellastel potentially had a hand in killing her sister.
Oh, gotcha.
Sakira doesn't turn around when you say that, but Evelyn does acknowledge her. Right? And you all banded up to work with her to save me? I don't even know if this is saving me. They didn't even properly explain things. They just told me that they had to relocate me to the wall, which I understand is housing for individuals who do not have control over their strengths or are dangerous to society. And I know that there has been a bunch of recent problems, but I did not mean for any of this to happen. I wasn't even in town for that long. I just needed to stop by to see someone.
Oh. It's okay. No, we weren't actually hired to come. Well, she was. We just kind of got wrapped into it.
The rest of your party was there? No, I saw Memeth.
I don't know.
Were they not working with you then?
No, I don't know what they were doing there.
This is all very strange.
Yeah. Tell me about it. Look, you need... If she is truly letting you go, you need to go. You need to get as far away from here as you can. The sponsors are relentless. They're going to come for you.
I do not think so. I thought I was getting on terms with them that were at least understandable to a degree, but...
No, you can't trust Belle.
I never trusted her, but I trusted other members of the council. Hell, I've known some of them for years. did not expect this. She looks towards Lorna Dane. I do not trust you. I've heard many tales of you. I know what you did. I know what you've done in the past. And I'm sure there's many more things I don't know about.
She stuffed my
But I
soul
will-
in a jar.
But I will thank you for this, nonetheless. I do not consider you an ally. If we cross paths again after this, you better hope you have silence prepared. She kind of looks out the cannon port into these now still snowy, it's not full blizzard right now, but it's still snowy skies. It's just somewhere over the ocean. You are unsure where at the moment. But goes, if it is to get away from the main islands. She looks towards Lardane. Contact him and say that I will be back in Doral. Far enough away that we should be safe. And Lordane, who was completely not paying attention for a second, you can see she was going through her spell book. She kind of looks up. Oh, yeah, right, of course, yes. Doral. Have I been to Doral? Of course I have. It's been a second, so lower on the list. There we go. Wonderful. Fantastic. Well, have yourself a wonderful trip. And if you ever need anything in the future, well, you have sending. We've seen each other. We know each other. Love you a bunch. Ta-ta. And you see, opposed to putting a portal where you can walk through it, Lordane puts a portal underneath Evelyn's feet, and she just trapdoor comedy show style falls through it. And you see on the other side falls onto solid land on some sort of island that you can see does have a town constructed behind it in the distance. But it looks tropical, but not nearly as much as Paradise Peak. You can see especially the trees remind you more of woodlands than actual jungle or palm trees necessarily. But you see she just glares up at the portal as it slowly begins to close.
How do you spell Dural?
Dural is Dural.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
No worries. And you have heard it mentioned a few times. It is worth bringing up that none of you are familiar with that name, at least not the two of you. However, as you two are just kind of left alone with Lauren Dane, she goes, but I do feel, because you asked questions, I will at least give you some answers, none of which to what you asked, because I'm private details again, I can't slap my clients. But I will say this. I brought both of you, I asked specifically for both of you, because I knew no matter what we saw face tonight, that you would be up to the task. Now, and she looks towards Ghibli, I know you might have failed in deflecting the spell. It was very crucial for my magic circle to be fully completed. However, you saw that you were not too far off, at least in that moment, to deflecting it. I felt it. Even though it was slight, you almost had it. And you are filled with nothing but raw potential. And your group is full of a lot of potential. But you're also full of talent.
Is this a
And that's
pep
why I
talk?
wanted you. A little bit, yes. Because I don't want you feeling Debbie Downer. I'm just going to bring you into everything completely unseen. I needed you to not ask questions or speak out loud there. Because if you did, they might recognize your voice since you just took part in their tournament. And I am smart enough to know that if you blow your cover, well, you'll lose your vassal ships. And I don't want you to feel like this is a net loss of a trade. I like to keep my friends in higher places. And keeping you as vassals definitely perks for later. Anyway, she turns to Duradon. I don't think I need to give you an explanation as to why I wanted you here. But if you need one, I will provide.
I'm sure. I think it wouldn't hurt to understand.
Wonderful. I think you, my friend, and I say this with the utmost respect and in no way, shape, or form as a direct insult, you are a waste of talent. In the form of you, as far as my sources have told me in the few days that I've had to research your group, for safety, of course, have done nothing but hunt a bunch of nobodies for the past 9 years on the island. No real challenges, no real growth, slight over time, of course. But you, while I may not know the deepest depths of your origins, you can change yourself. Not just physically, but mentally. You prepare yourself to protect your allies the same way you did when we fought on the Sky Swimmer. You change yourself to get excited and ramped into battle when fighting alone. And you also have unbridled amounts of strength that you don't know how to properly use. I'm sure you swing around a sword very efficiently every now and then, but if you had even the slightest bit of guidance, you could become a monster, my friend, and that is coming from a very powerful one. Of course, not arcane-wise. I don't think you have a single bit of magic talent within your body. Again, no offense.
It's true.
But
So,
as far as I can tell, you've done great since you joined up with this group, so maybe just keep that up. And you might find yourself being semi-worthy of holding my sword. Or staff. I really don't mind that you made him to a sword, but I know that you can't really use staves because they're not the most lethal of weapons, but still, it's just a tragedy seeing him this close.
he's made of stone. To be fair, a hammer probably would be the most natural, but you know, a big sword also works.
I mean, I saw you swinging around a scythe.
That's true.
Seem pretty proficient with that.
I when it comes to weapons, I had a decent role model that made sure I was adept at any weapons, and if I didn't know about the weapon, at least tips on ensuring that I could become proficient at a moment's notice.
Well, I don't need anything deeper than that. That's just ooey details. But I will say this. To properly prep you for what is to come, here are the goodies that you need to know, because this pertains to both of you, as this is the actual mission that I was asking of you to join me on. I don't really need you for this part as much, I will be honest. Tad bit of a lie earlier. I wanted you more for the previous part, because that's far more dangerous. But, you will still be very good use. I want the two of you to break off from me and a few others. Kira's fine on her own, and I feel that if I were to send any additional help in the form of Aldwin or anyone else in your direction, it would just slow you down. This is breaking into an Archmage's dweller. Essentially, secondary vacation home, residence, whatever you want to call it. There's going to be a lot of guards. We will handle that. You don't need to worry. I just want you, she points at Durlan, to escort her to a little itty-bitty spot on a map that I will mark that is most likely going to be housing a anti-magic field generator. Which means I can't do jack shit until that is down. However, Aldwin can. I have some martial prowess to an extent, and I did hire a few others to help me along the way, so we should be fine. But once that is down, We'll consider that staff hours, huh? Oh, and
So
we
the
are
thing
stealing a
we're
staff.
going for is staff.
Yes,
Okay.
I will say that much because I don't want you being confused. There's probably going to be a bunch of items within the vault, but we are only here for one and one thing only. Don't touch a single other thing unless you value your fucking lives. Because if you touch that other thing and it has a spell on it, I cannot guarantee what's going to happen to you. Now, I can disenchant whatever is going to be on the staff easily without worrying about an artifact level item being disenchanted forever. But I can't do that for every other thing within a room that is probably massive. Okay? You got that
So,
understood?
no. So, are we taking down the magic field first, or are we grabbing the staff first?
Oh, you two. You two need to get that down. Otherwise, it's going to be harder for us to get a staff, and we
Okay.
can't cast magic. Comprehendes? Good.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah.
Wonderful. Great. You two will do that. Aldo and I will make as much leeway for you as possible so there's not that many guards tailing you. And once we get the staff, bip bop boopity, I will hold up my end of the bargain and give you what you asked for, and we can part ways just like that. Now, if you like, I can
Oh
transport you
wait,
back. Hmm?
that's the important part. That our business doesn't conclude with the staff, but rather with you getting us back to Paradise Peak.
Oh, don't worry. I was just about to say I can bip bop boopity you back to Paradise Peak if you want in your rooms. No problem at all. However, I will say though, just be prepared for a slight chance. Maybe a mile off where you initially left. Maybe a bit more. Worst case scenario.
As long as we're not left there, can deal with a mile trek back.
Oh, I mean, well, I just gonna make the portal. You step through it, end up where you end up. But I am not going back to Paradise Peak because, as you can imagine, there's probably a bounty of, I don't know, a couple 100,000 on my head being slowly marked up and pages printed out of my beautiful face. So I need to start preparing for my escape.
Where are you going to go?
Oh, if you think I was not going to tell you who my client was, but I'm going to tell you where I'm going, you are hilarious.
Well, I mean, we're friends now, right? You said so yourself. How are we going to contact you?
Ha 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 ha. I consider us friendly. Friends is earned, and I don't have many. So, in order to get to that circle, you're going to need to do more than just a single mission or encounter with
I don't
drawing
know if
cards.
we
or
have to
whatever.
be the ones that earn it. I feel like.
Oh, honey, because I have information that could ruin lives, make lives, or change lives. If you tell me where you're going after this, it's most likely going to be to get drunk, sleep with somebody, or spend gold. Please correct me if I'm wrong. No offense intended. I just know adventurers and vassals go hand in hand. Whether you're a mercenary or you got a fancy title, you normally aren't the best at keeping secrets.
She just kind of smirks. You can't offend me.
Wonderful. That's good to know. Well, I need to stop prepping. Good luck on yourselves. If you need any healing, just ask Kira. I need to go patch myself up. And you can see it's just still she's been bleeding this entire time. It's just a chunk of shoulder still missing. Kipple, you kind of look at your arm underneath the cloak and you just see just all black and blues from where the stone hit you. All right. Good luck. Ta-ta. If you need me, I will be at the helm of this fine vessel, whatever you want to call it.
It's your fucking ship. Call it what you want.
I never came up with a proper name besides Colossal Sky Swimmer. That's too long, so I call it Sky Swimmer.
I can name it for you.
She's already down the hall.
Alright.
She's just fully walking away. You can continue to shout down the hall and hope that she hears it, but you know. Any... Well, before we get to any of that, as Lorendane walks away, and you're left with a slight success, as you haven't actually started the heist yet, but you finished a side quest that she wanted to complete, and also are going to lead to a spiral of events that are going to be coming up pretty damn soon. I think because Ash is currently away, before we cut back to Paradise Peak, we can go ahead and use a little break right now.
Ooh.
Go ahead and grab some water, grab some snacks.
5 or 10?
Just 5.
Okay.
Do it quickie. In and out. Hey. Not what I meant, but I appreciate it. Hat nap, 10 minutes, short rest. There you go. Bing bong boom. Before I quickly go, I will grab that new token for Reese. Boom bada boom bada boom bada boom. There we go. That is the biggest bird. Bop, bop, bop. And I think we will make it. Ooh, perfect. Awesome. All right. Let me delete the current token. I will re-upload it, and you will be all set, Caitlin. I think it is because you just updated the sheet. It must have something must have changed. 'Cause I did not touch the sheet nor token at all. Or 20 just shit the bed. There is Orisha Amos. Click to upload this. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. Perfect. We are good. Your new token is in. All right. I will be right back. If anyone needs anything, just DM it to me or message me in general, and I will check it when I get back. See you in 2 minutes. I come back to, is it yellow? We all live in the yellow submarine. The yellow submarine.
I couldn't resist. I had to.
Well, that's a valid question. The exterior is unknown.
Someone open a door and look out and see.
Oh, sure. Let me.
What color is this?
Just fucking drown. Yeah.
Dogwood.
Oh God. Is Ash back? I'm concerned.
I
Said
haven't heard.
BRB like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. You alive? Stein. Bum, 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 bum. Ay, caramba. It does say dead Stang. Also, Kayla, are you good?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Is your voice fucked up? Oh, okay. I was wondering what was with the typing.
Silence. No, I'm just a bit worn out today.
Of course. Y'all don't even want to. Oh no.
I'm back now. Sorry that took so long.
Yeah, are you good?
Well, you know, I had to do my cat's insulin, and then my bowels struck.
No worries. No worries. Understandable. All right. Are we all back? We all gooch? Mamoof? Okay, she shitted. I'm gonna take that as a yes.
That's funny because it's true.
What a graceful way to return. All right, I think we're all back here. Love and honest. I took a fat shit and get cat my insulin. We're good. All right, let's go. Hee-haw. Hell yeah. So, real women poop. That's a lie. Women don't poop. All right. We're gonna move away from whatever the hell that is to, our friend. We love him. We adore him. He may be alive. He may be dead. Who the fuck knows? However, he is also currently fucked, and not in the good way. So, fuck it's me time. Ash, or more in this case, Mustang. We go back to you. Now, cycling all the events that has happened prior, both including your solo session, the bits that led up to it beforehand from 2 weeks ago, excuse me. We pick up, not going to Mustang, but in fact going to our new character.
Yes.
You hear a voice in your head. A familiar one. Oh, don't, Jared. God damn it. I have to look it down the second monitor. I'm sorry, General. We go to our second character. You hear a familiar voice in your head. Breaking in the midst of combat, you hear this. Well, first off, a strange little. Hello? Hello? And telepathically in your head, you are well aware of who this is. As you briefly glance up in the rafters and just see a little pellet drop onto the floor, not directly on you, but in the vicinity near you, narrowly avoiding the large revenant that is currently still hassling with a large construct who you still don't know who the fuck they are. You hear, "No, I'm really not sure about this.
I sense and see more enemies approaching on the eyes above. 7 in count, 2 of which have bounties. One 2,000 gold, the other 5,000 gold. Chained collectors coming this way fast. I have not yet gotten an update on what to do about this situation. I'll leave it up to your discretion of whether we stay or go, but I would suggest you at least think this part through. More enemies are coming, and this one's not dropping.
Now, New, my beloved friend, you have a different experience than what was said from last week. For the past 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you and this strange construct who came rushing in after shooting an ogre in the chest have been fighting this creature and holding it back as it has been trying to go after the completely unconscious and unmoving form of Mustang Strums. And for those entire 3 minutes, they have not gotten up. You know what you're sent here to do. However, time's ticking, and you are unsure of what is happening. What would you like to do?
Excuse me. He'll answer back to the voice in his head. How much time do I have?
I'd estimate a minute tops. We have enough time to get out if that's what you wish, but
And this is all midst like dodging shots,
Right.
slashing into the creature's back. And which creature, by the way, every time you heard it, does not look like it is as much as it would be on your normal events and outings.
Gotcha.
And even with the construct who is helping you, you think, it doesn't look like you're putting a big dent into this creature.
Gotcha.
But you have your wits about you, and you do have a decision to make. You can continue fighting and hope that you can end this in 10 turns, or if you'd like to do anything else or communicate, feel free to do so.
Again, talking to the voice in his head. We may have to do this another time. I don't think this is logical right now.
you want, you can kill. I know this is harsh, but 2 birds with 1 stone. They're coming here. I sincerely doubt for you could ambush them. The others amongst their ranks, the other 5, I don't recognize, nor do my children, so they could just be nobodies. 5,000 gold and a favor from the mother could be worth it. But again, I will follow your lead.
Let's watch and see how things unfold. And then with that, he'll use the blessing of the Raven Queen and teleport up back into the rafters
Sure thing.
as he disappears in like a cloud of black smoke.
As you poof away, we're just gonna move you over here for now. Just know that you are in the rafters. Awesome. As you poof up into the rafters, the Revenant doesn't seem to care. In fact, you only help it by having one less person harrowing it. But you do see the Golden Cutlass, building you're not too familiar with, but know of, is currently on fire. As you sit in the rafters, you can see a section only about 10 feet from you is caving in, as the room of which you heard an explosion from previously, seems to be collapsing. And you can see there's just a large pillar of smoke slowly beginning to drift up into the slowly turning evening sky.
So there's probably
choices.
nowhere up here that's safe.
There are a few. You can jump from beam to beam, especially if you're agility, and you have a feeling that you'll be safe for a little bit, a few minutes at most. The entire building doesn't look like it's gonna be on the verge of collapsing, but the fire's spreading.
Right. Yeah, he'd probably just move to different spots, staying safe, and if it got too overwhelming, he would just get out.
As you move off to the side, you can begin to hear what sound like to be the clanking of metal armor and footsteps coming from a distance. Now, it is muffled as the flames and sounds of gunshots and large cannons are being fired off in your near vicinity, but you do just get a small ping letting you know others will be arriving shortly. Mustang strums. As you lie, with almost Veridin standing above you, you see the smoke normally enrapturing your body and forming your existence around whatever clothing or vessel that you've become accustomed to. You see it beginning to slowly drift off of you. Cracks, chunks of coal and rock crumbling. And you look up at the rafters, still golden, with fiery light as it begins to spread. And you see a familiar hand. Tan of skin, rough palms and fingers from long, hard labor. While there's no immediate surface to look around, you can take a strong guess of who you may look like in this moment. Though you never saw his full form before. What do you do as you see Amos standing over you? The Revenant's still alive and kicking, that strange figure still fighting by its side after exclaiming that you were not theirs to claim. And Matic standing behind you, sword in hand. Well, excuse me, sword hand in hand, currently in a defensive stance.
Well, we're still in a major pickle. Yeah, major flesh pickle. I think he hasn't forgotten the threat that Amos made. I don't think, and I imagine, even though he is conscious, that he is still quite worse for wear.
I'm not going to ask you to put 1 hit point on your sheet yet.
The worst for wear, then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I try and see what he's holding?
Sure, what Amos is holding?
He took something off of me, didn't he?
You saw he reached almost in the last bit of consciousness I had, because you were technically unconscious when it's happened. So you were semi-aware of it, but never saw it directly. you see in his hand, not necessarily an object, but you see running up the purple scaled arm that previously stabbed into you is a thin trailing line of black smoke. And it looks like he is grasping something in his hand, but you can't really make out if it is an object or what it is from this perspective, just because you only see the bottom of his hand.
Amos's hand?
Yeah.
Whoa.
The one that's still intact.
Mustang is shocked. He's looking at these strange flesh hands, and looking up at Amos. And can he deduce perhaps what has happened here, or is it a complete mystery?
You have just gone in a span of less than a mechanical second from unconscious to dying to dead to what you believe is consciousness again. You can believe whatever you want. There is no necessary check for this at this time. The last thing that you remember is breaking from the strange hallucinogenic dream trip that you were on, and then immediately getting struck down by the Revenant and then Amos.
Well, I'm gonna go with my gut and say Mustang is confused as hell, and he's gonna try and stumble to his feet, and he's gonna kind of be grunting and just to Amos, "What did you do to me?"
He smiles, looking back. And you can see the normal humanoid form, much larger build, of course, than any normal human, slowly begins to enshroud itself in smoke. Don't worry. It is not what I did. It is what I am going to do. Thank you for this, Mr. Stroms. My curiosity has been sated. Sated. I did not say shaded. Fuck. Anything else Mustang wants to do?
Gonna try and grab his smoke back in a very confused, dazed haze. He's gonna try and take it back.
Cool. You reach up, humanoid arms breaking out of the crust-like outer shell that's covering your body. And as you do so, you watch, hiding in the rafters, as the unconscious body of Mustang shoots an arm up while holding the Prime Monica and fires 2 shots, slamming into the ceiling above him, wildly missing the Revenant. But you can see now, as you are currently just an observer in this, you understand that there is something much deeper than them just falling unconscious. Sounds of footsteps are getting closer. Are you going to stay from the rafters?
For now, yes.
Cool. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Sure.
$17? Cool,
Mhm.
cool. Noted. to look at passive perceptions later. But as you sit and wait, you can hear the construct kind of yelling out as they are fully shielding this creature that you know as Mustang Strum's body with their own, trying to deflect any shots or strikes of the coffin that this strange ghost-like figure is trying to hit them with. And you can just hear Matic yelling out, "Fucking wake up, you piece of shit. I am busy and you are doing fucking nothing." And you can hear some distant metallic slaps as they just hit the floor trying to wake them up, to no avail. Mustang, you reach up and grab and try and take back whatever your image in your mind is conjured of yourself, your smoke. As you touch Amos, you feel an immediate burning sensation in your hand. This is the first time that you can remember feeling this. Being enveloped in flames before, you're not immune to fire damage. So you can feel when, whether it's magical flames, an explosion of a gunpowder barrel, or whatever source it comes from, impacts against your body and it can't be just withstood. However, in this moment, as flesh touches the smoke, there is a sizzle, a pop, and you look at your hand and you can see it is blackened and the skin is covered in a complete layer, of ripe, pink, burning flesh. But are you still going to try and hold on? Or are you going to let go and back away?
No, he's gonna hold on.
Cool. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Really don't want
Ooh-wee!
to 5 or more.
11.
11? Cool. You want to keep that or you want to change it?
Since you asked, we'll try again. Why not?
You don't have to.
No, we'll do it. Why not?
No, I am thrilled.
Oh, it's even worse. An 8.
An 8. Cool. I'm gonna be nice DM, only because Jared was nice DM to me previously on this rolling, and say you can take the higher of the inspirations. I think that's what I've done in the past too. As you hold on to the arm, and you can feel the burning sensation, you watch as Mustang lifts their hand and grabs out at the large construct figure in front of them, and you see as their hand begins to glow a hot and very bright red. Go ahead, Mustang, if you will. Can you please go ahead and roll me 8d6?
Oh my goodness gracious. Where was this a few minutes ago? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, fantastic.
29.
29 points of fire damage. You watch as a burning ball of flame exudes from the smoky body, and the construct, who is currently covering their body over Mustang's, narrowly rolls out of the way in time before a streaking red mote hits the ceiling of the Golden Cutlass and the same rafter that you are on, and explodes. The rafter immediately on the other end begins to cave in and fall, Go ahead and make me an acrobatics check as it begins to slowly, not slowly, it begins to rapidly collapse in your direction. Oh no, it's slow. Motions are slow. 20.
Wow.
Perfect. You manage to jump to a separate beam in time
Yeah.
before yours collapses. However, the entire rooftop now is setting aflame. And you can see, as you look back down, the body of Mustang Strums now wriggling, and the smoke that was billowing off it before is almost completely covering their form / that entire 5-foot cube. It is nothing but pitch black as it continues to rise off of them, and you can see and smell just burning wood. Now that you're in Raptors, you can get a hint of burning flesh from Doug's dead body. And you can see now, because it blew a hole in the ceiling and kind of close enough in a 20-foot radius to get the wall too. Because the section of the wall is broken off, you can see partially into the city street, where you don't see anyone yet. But it could be a potential good vantage point as the sounds of those footsteps getting louder. Mustang. As you
Yes.
grab on and the flames consume your body, your entire humanoid form is lit aflame. If damage could be dealt past death, you would be turned to ash. Pun intended. And you can feel as the flame washes over you, there's no comfort within it. You find no power within it. It is only pain, suffering, and the boiling alive of all of your innards, as you can literally feel yourself cooking to death. Do you still hold on to the body?
Yes.
Cool. Go ahead and make me another wisdom saving throw. Brian, can you go ahead and roll me a d4?
Yes.
Be adding +1 to whatever it is.
Well,
12? Cool.
Oh
Cool, cool,
boy.
cool, cool, cool. Burning hands prepared, right? Perfect. Cool. So 4. That is really good. Fantastic. I'm just gonna put this in chat to remind myself. Cool. You feel the pain intensify, and your right arm that was grabbing his, begins to burn off, and you watch as you begin to turn. The right arm begins to turn to straight dust, as it is not burnt off; it is incinerated from the amount of heat. However, as you said, you want to still try and continue to hold on. You see nothing but a speck of your, not quite bone and joint left, as the fire begins to quickly consume the rest of you. But do you want to grab on with your left hand as well?
yes.
The
He's
right
all in.
disappears? Fantastic. Awesome. Go ahead and make me another wisdom saving throw. Also, go ahead and roll me a, what is it going to be? I think it's 4d6? Yeah, go ahead and roll me 4d6, please.
In which order? Wisdom or and
Oh,
then
it
damage
doesn't matter.
or
Doesn't
okay.
matter. Both are going to happen no matter what.
Okay. So that's a 3 on the wisdom save and a 13 on the damage die.
13 points of damage. We are on so fucked. That is. I think it's only +3, right? Yeah. Ooh. Gotcha. Cool. Your left hand also begins to burn. because you didn't grab with both, it is still intact. However, almost is just sitting there and smiling. Not laughing, not giving maniacal speech or anything of the sort. He is just sitting there smiling, letting you do this as you are destroying your own body in this process. The left hand begins to boil and bubble as well as your skin begins to burn and blister. Do you continue to try and hold on?
I think at this point, he'll look at his newly amputated limb on his right, and then the boiling hand on his left, and he realizes promptly that if he keeps going the way that he is going, he will kill himself. So he lets go.
You let go? Okay. You step back, and you watch as the visage of Amos Veridin, even if it is not fully, but partially begins to enwrap itself in the same exact shape, form, and look of Mustang Strums. However, you do see there is still flesh beneath the smoke. You can see the hand still poking out, only covering the majority of his body, not all of it. His head still poking through, kind of wrapped around, almost like a shadowy helm. The dust, smoke, coal, and fire beginning to slowly set itself ablaze as he just looks down, smiling, looks back up towards you. How does it feel? Does it feel to just be a regular nobody again? Worthless to anything of the gift that you have been wasting. But don't worry. I won't waste what he can do. I'll put it to very good use. What would you like to do? As you see Amos beginning to turn and walk away.
Let me see. What can I do?
Fantastic question.
Not much. Oh, sorry. Through bubbling blisters, he will shout to Amos that this isn't over. I was once told that no matter how many bodies I put between you and I, that I'll still come.
What a great saying that is. He doesn't stop. He continues for the doorway, and as he reaches it, a brief pause is had before he looks back and goes, "You can wallow in your failure, but don't worry. As you fail, on this day I will succeed for my people, and for that you have my thanks." And he goes to leave. Anything else, or are you gonna let him leave?
I mean, you can try to cast Hold Person.
Try and cast Hold Person?
Sure.
Sure. You speak the components. You look down, you see you are fully naked,
Oh,
with no spell casting, arcane focus, primonica, or anything. And as you mumble the words you are used to no effect. And he leaves. Go ahead somewhere in your notes. I'll PM it to you. Just put a little star next to this. Cool. So, as he leaves, Mustang strums lying on the floor. Go ahead, because you failed every single wisdom saving throw, and I do deeply apologize. I don't know how long I was muted. Fuck.
No, I could hear you.
I accidentally just muted. Because you failed every single wisdom saving throw, I do apologize. Go ahead, and I believe last time that you were up and about, you were at exactly 33 HP. Go ahead and add, we're going to call this a nice even 20 hit points back as Mustang Strums wakes up, snapping out of the hallucination in your normal form, lying in the golden cutlass, the burning roof over your head with the revenant still present, and you can see the burning, molting form of Matic lying on top of you, severely injured.
Oh, fuck.
And you see your hand is partially into his shoulder, melting it away.
Ooh.
2 for 2. Oh.
That's great. But both of you, if you would please, go ahead and re-roll me some initiative.
Okay.
As
damn,
Mustang, you wake up. You have an understanding as you look around. You don't see Almost Veridin. You're still made of smoke. But you also are left questioning, is this also real? Anywho. 23 and 5. Keep you 15. Wonderful. We can't forget our Revy boy. Oof. Not great. Awesome. We'll get to those in a little bit. As you wake up on the ground, you see Matic. As your eyes open, do you pull away your hand?
Absolutely.
As you pull away your hand, you can see a perfect imprint left. As you pull back and kind of look down at yourself, you can just see Matic is a mess, and he looks at you and goes, "The fuck is wrong with you? What is going on, Strums?"
So I'm 100% with it now?
You're awake. You got hit points.
Okay.
You don't know if this is real or not because you just woke up last time and you were made of flesh, and then you just woke up again.
Okay. And my hands, they're smoke now?
As far as you can tell, partner.
Oh boy. Mustang, he looks horrified. Like, his eyes are bright and orange, I assume, and he just looks exhausted. And in a tone that is unfitting of a man like him, he meekly just, I don't know.
That is sadly all you can squeak out before immediately the Revenant goes,
It's time for talk. The last time. Die.
and we go to New. As you sit in the rafters, just observing all of this, as you see his eyes finally flicker open, and he pushes away from Matic, as you can now hear. You can't quite fully see, but you can hear the street side that they are coming from, as the metallic and heavy footfalls are coming from the south east direction.
Okay. Hmm.
What would you like to do? You can also confer if you have any other questions or concerns.
But he saw Mustang get back up.
You just see him get back up.
Okay.
He's like lying prone, but he's like half
Conscious.
yeah, half crouched up on one leg, looking like he's about to get up.
I think he would still stay up in the rafters, but he might move a little bit closer.
Sure.
Just in that direction. That hopefully isn't on fire.
This one hasn't caught yet.
Okay.
Yet.
And then he's still just kind of watching again.
Okay. Are you going to try and continue to hide?
Yes.
Cool. If you want, you can keep your previous stealth check, or if you want to try and shoot for higher, you can shoot for higher. Just know that if you do roll lower, you will be stuck with it, though.
I'll roll again. Why not?
Go for it.
That was not lower.
29 is not fucking lower.
No.
This is why we ask. Okay. Very
Damn.
good to know. Just know if you take any action, whether it be attacking or excessive movement into someone's direct line of vision, it will break stealth.
Right.
However, right now, you cease to exist from this campaign for a brief moment.
Hiding up in the smoke.
Hell yes. You literally, as like the smoke begins to drift up, you just lean yourself against the beam and naturally just kind of lean in, not enough to inhale as you look the other way, but just naturally lean in. You can see the smoke almost responding to your desire to be hidden, slowly just begins to enshroud you ever so slightly with just a thin covering as you nothing but a wisp to others. Hell yes. Maddox's turn. Maddox, seeing that you are fucking awake and alive, is gonna go ahead, severely injured, but still a ride or die, is gonna go ahead and take a swing on the Revenant. It's gonna be an 18 and a 19, both hit. It's just gonna be with the sword. Going to beat your sword there, nothing fancy. That is push pops. That is 27 points of damage. You see as the sword slices twice, he kind of just attempts to push this thing back, but as the blade impacts, again, not nearly as much damage is shown as you would think a almost 10 you're looking like 10 11 inch blade shooting out of this guy's arm would normally deal. However, nonetheless, that is all he can do, as he is just going to go ahead and stay right there, acting as a barrier between this thing running away and also staying next to you for protection. Mustang, you are prone, you are awake. What would you like to do?
Okay. Is Matt technically a large creature then?
Matic is technically a large creature.
Shucks. Okay. Well, Mustang is really feeling like he needs to get out of here. So what did we rule on Vortex Warp as far as casting it on yourself? What was
Ever
that?
since it's been pointed out, it's a no-go.
Okay. Well,
That
I
was
guess we'll
more of a
just...
mistake on my end. I do apologize. I apologize.
We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way then, I suppose. And, let's see, 30 feet. I think we'll take the disengage action. And, let's see, 30 feet. Yeah, we'll go over there. I think that's where I put it. Right? About there?
Mhm.
Let's see. Bonus action.
I can go one more.
I can go one more. Sweet. Okay. You will go. Oh, yeah. Oh. We'll go right there.
It's your action, movement.
And bonus action. I guess we'll give a bardic to Matic. That's all we can really do.
Sure. That is a D8 at this level?
It is a D8.
D8, okay, thank you.
I will mark it down 28 for the boy. Okay.
And that will end his turn.
All right. Revenants go. Now seeing you up active and one of your previous allies that you now look around and see that stranger who claimed that you weren't theirs to kill is no longer there, is gone. So it is just going to go ahead and run right past Matic, coming for you. We'll take an attack of opportunity. A 19 hits. That is going to be 10 plus 5. That's an underscore, not a plus. I know my keys. That's going to be 14 points of damage. Nice. And the best part about Matic is, what good is having a Sentinel Protector if they don't have the Sentinel feat? So he never makes it past the point where he would leave his opportunity range. That's good news and bad news. The bad news is he has both ranged and melee attacks. So he can still very much make disadvantage by all means, but still disadvantage shots on you. That is going to go ahead and be lowest of these two rolls, a 12 to hit and a 10, natural 1. I believe both of those miss as they
They
just
do both miss.
whiz past and go out the door, randomly landing into the side of the building next to the Golden Cutlass. Hell yeah. Okay, God damn it, Kibble. There we go. Hell yeah. Are you doing anything on your turn, New?
Seeing Mustang running for the door, he
Mhm.
will follow suit but still stay up in the rafters.
Okay. Go ahead and give me acrobatics check.
Okay. That is low.
10. Do you have anything to change that, or you want to use inspiration to change that?
I didn't know if I had inspiration or not.
You do.
Okay, yeah, I'll roll it again.
You are still a loved member of this of this community.
Well, was not any better. Well, a little bit better.
12. Oh, buddy. All right. Well, it's
okay.
Jumping from burning beam to burning beam, and they're not 5 feet apart. These are widely spaced. They're roughly about 10 to 15 feet in distance. So as you go to run and jump, Even though you rolled a 29 on stealth, I'm so sorry. You run and jump in his direction, and you do jump, just don't properly have enough room to jump, as the beam that you're on is slightly shorter than the other, and because of the smoke that is conveniently shrouding you from being seen, also shrouds your vision a little bit, as you don't really spring nearly as hard, and you fall immediately down the 30 feet back.
Oof.
Unless, of course, you would like to attempt to bonus action Blessing of the Raven Queen to save yourself.
Yeah, I would do that. Once he's noticed he was
Cool.
going to be falling, he would just bamf his way back down to the
You
ground.
want to bamf to the ground? Or you want to bamf to a rafter?
Since he was already fallen, he probably wouldn't even. He would just go straight back down to the ground.
Okay. Go ahead, pick anywhere within 30 feet of where you want to go.
Just even right there.
Okay. So, Mustang, you watch as the previous stranger who you had no actual idea of where he went after the initial appearance, just bamps into existence next to you with this strange bit of almost translucent effect on them. Little bits of shadow leaking off of their form, not as much as your own. But as you land, do you say anything? You still have your normal 30 feet of movement?
I don't think he heard him say that Mustang wasn't his to kill. Did he hear that?
You did.
I did.
New, do you have anything that you want to do in terms of movement or anything else?
Movement, no. He would
You
just
also
stay
use
right
your
there.
action.
Yeah. But since he is down and he is seen, he will turn and shoot with his crossbow at the Revenant.
Okay. Go for it. Oh, buddies. Not a great turn. You turn and shoot, but you do it too quickly, and bracing from the landing kind of catches you off guard, and you just hear ding as the crossbow bolt just kind of scrapes against Maddox's armored skin as it deflects and just sticks into the counter. And he just turns and gives you the dirtiest of looks as he's already on his last legs. I'm not gonna be an asshole and make it do damage, but you have the ire of another.
Also, just a note with that Blessing of the Raven Queen, after he uses it,
all
he
resistance,
gains he gains resistance to all damage because he's
Mhm.
kind of still in the process of.
Oh yeah, I know. That
Yeah,
was the
okay.
description of the translucent state.
Okay, gotcha.
I have my own Shatter Kai in a different campaign. I love him so much.
Nice.
Hell yeah. That is Maddox go. Maddox is going to go ahead and move over hither. And he is actually going to go ahead and drag Mustang out towards the door, seeing that you are going to flee. Is forced movement, so he gets an attack opportunity himself, but doesn't provoke anything from you. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 15, 20, 25. There we go. Freddy. Awesome. Good night, Reese. Hope you catch up on some sleep and rest. As he drags you away, that's just his movement. He's just gonna look at you and just fuck. I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but just get out of here, alright?
Mustang doesn't say anything. He doesn't even make eye contact.
Alright, damn. Alright, I'm gonna do my boy dirty. He's just gonna action dash or fight back. Revenant is looking a little hurty, a little girdy. So he's just gonna go ahead and pop 2 shots off with the cannon in his direction. That is a 27, 25.
Ooh.
Matic on lock. Do not miss. Hell yeah, buddy. That is 28 points of damage as 2 cannon shots slam into its side. Again, not dealing nearly as much as it should, but still damage is chipped. And Revan's looking hurt. As that is going to go ahead and end his turn. Mustang, that's you.
He's going to not say anything to Matic. He is going to cast Cure Wounds on Matic, 2nd level.
Oh. Go ahead and give
For
me
13 points of healing. And he's going to keep limping out the door. Let's
Move
see.
30 feet
How
out the
far
door.
can we get? Yeah, so okay.
Can make it just into the staircase.
Right there or right here?
I would suggest you only put yourself right here for now. One
Here?
space back. Yeah. I mean, for your benefit, just in all is fair in D&D and more. As soon as you walk outside, you see leaning against the side of the building, completely undetected from both News and the Raven's vision, and certainly yours, you see almost Verdun leaning up against the side
son
of
of a
the
bitch.
building. Just turns and gives you a smile as you walk out, and you can see he's in his normal form. No smoke radiating off his body. You do see the necrotic arm, just as you have just seen it. And he smiles at you as you walk out and goes, "I was not expecting you to come back so soon after our previous encounter, but I am very happy to see that you are so willing to continue this dance."
Fuck you. Are you even real? And he's gonna kind of grab him.
Your attempt to grab him?
Yeah, he's gonna kind of make a swipe at him just to see if he's solid.
Cool. Unfortunately, you don't got the action economy to even get to him.
Oh, that's right. We're still in combat.
So you don't know.
Okay.
You already used your action, but you do have a bonus action in case you want to do something. It's a bonus action pistol.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I did just cast a healing spell, so he'll be like, fuck you, and then he'll put a gun to his head and then shoot himself with a healing bullet.
Are you even real? Shoots himself. In a different universe, very different turn. Go ahead and roll the d8.
Right, we got 5. A cool 5.
As very nice. You heal for 5 points. And he does not answer when you ask, is he real? But you do see the smile intensifies to almost like a Grinch, like face cracking smile. What's your passive insight?
It's not very high. I think it's like
Just
14 or
enough.
something.
Never mind, carry on. All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, we've burned all our resources.
Cool. It is the
him.
Revenant turn. It is. Don't you love to hate him though? It's the Revenant turn. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry, Mustang. Unfortunately, you can see now, rounding the block, 7 figures, all running in almost a tight group. Not like full-on sprint, because they are in armor. It's more of like a armored shuffle. And you see as they round the corner, you see they quickly look down at a piece of paper and look back up and goes, you hear one of them shouts out, "There he is, right there, boys.
Damn it.
Easy fucking pickings." And now you can see 7 new faces lock eyes with you and begin to make their way. Sadly, I don't have the movement nor action economy this turn, but begin to make their way towards you. Revenant, Revenant is severely injured, but is here to do one thing and one thing only, and that's to spread hate, and make sure you die. So is going to go ahead and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And he's going to pull out a little blicky and do a few shots. Ba, 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 ba.
With a blicky.
With a blicky? That is a 18 and 27.
Yeah, those both hit.
Excuse me. He is friend within a 5-foot range, so that is the first shot, 18 to hit. You do got
Yep.
disadvantage. That's a 14 on the second.
That misses.
There you go. There you go. I remembered it.
Well, hold on. I might. Let's see. Let me look at my reactions.
I am holding.
I'm gonna try and take a gamble and use my cutting words on the attack that did succeed.
On the 18?
Yes.
Cool. You need to get a 4 or lower.
Did you
4
say
higher, excuse me.
the Revenant has a friend within 5-foot range?
No, it hits.
Has an enemy within 5-foot range,
Oh,
which gives
sorry.
disadvantage. What'd you roll?
A 1. It hits.
Oh, buddies.
It's okay. We tried.
It's okay. I'm sure it's not. It's 17 points a day.
Oh,
Well, hell.
we're still up.
17 points of damage. It do hurt. That is unfortunately all it can do because it can't get closer to you. But new. All it takes is 1 HP. All it takes is 1 bullet. New. That brings us to you. What do you want to do?
He
Crazy.
just run up beside Revenant and then take a swing at him with the
Go for it.
Hana.
It's gonna be just a straight roll because you're not flanking.
It's not going to hit.
Oh, buddies.
Ooh.
Oh, buddies. No worries. You do have bonus action punch or extra punches if you want.
Yeah. Why not? Okay, yeah. He will use his last key point and do the flurry of blows.
Go for it. Pop.
First one.
Woo.
19 hit. 7 points.
And that's... He won't get sneak damage there, right?
No, because it has to be with a finesse weapon, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And then the other one...
Ooh.
24 hits.
That is for another
Another
7.
14 points. Very nice. Oh, if only the katana hit.
I know, right?
You, unfortunately, because these aren't magical attacks, you see it. You do punch a ghost. You can punch ghosts, just not very well. As you hit the bone, the shroud around it kind of softens the blows, and you can feel the bones cracking. You fully punch out a rib from this skeleton, and you can feel it is. It looks like it is worse for wear, but it is still standing. Anything else you can / want to do?
That is
Movement,
all I
anything?
can do.
Sure thing.
Yep.
Before you end your turn, you do hear in your head, they're right outside. I don't think this is a good idea. You're headed right towards them. There's 7 of them now, and there's a new one outside, and he's very large. Run if you have to. Or kill
Fine.
that thing very quickly. I'll see
Fine.
if I can buy time. And you just hear as you see a raven flutter out the window. Cool. That brings us to Matic. Matic is unfortunately not flanking, so he will move into flanking. And then he is going to go ahead and busting out the Buster Sword. Gonna make an attempt to fucking finish this thing as a 24 to hit for the first. Crit fit 24 on the second as well. All right. This is gonna be. It's only D10 for sword. That's right. Bop. Oh, buddies. 17 points of damage. Min roll and low roll, not great. 17 points of damage. It is looking hurt. You can see the Revenant's form begins to flicker in and out. And as it shows serious signs of damage, it just grunts and lets out this kind of low, almost growl. And Mustang, you hear, not out loud, but unfortunately in your head.
So sick of this.
I know. This is you got a real bad streak of going schizo. No
matter how far you run, how many times you strike me down, I will find you, and I will end you.
Mustang, it's your turn.
Ugh.
You got options. Revenant is looking very low. You do also have a bunch of chained collectors coming your way. Amos is sitting right there, chilling like a villain of penicillin. What would you like to do?
I'm pretty pissed at Amos right now.
Okay.
Mustang, he kind of he throws his hands up in the air and he's like, look at you with that dumbass look on your face. What are you smiling about? Why the fuck would you do that to me? What did I ever do to you? Except for my friends tore off your arm, but that's neither here nor there.
What did I do to you besides tear off your arm? You say that to him, and he looks and goes, and by the way, me not rolling initiative for him is on purpose. He doesn't look like he was there to hurt you. As he looks and lowering the smile back to normal, breaking away from creepy Grinch, goes, I told you from the beginning, you were a curiosity. Now I have answers. And now I know at any time that I please. He goes to take a step forward and pull the glove off. And you get that immediate sensation of fear of reliving that moment of him sticking his hand for your chest. I could take that spark from within you, and I can do so much more than use it for mere bounty hunting or vesselship. It is nothing personal. It's your turn.
Oh, it is so personal. Okay.
But wait, it was.
Mustang, fuming.
Literally.
Yeah, literally fuming. Once again, he growls in frustration before turning back to face the Revenant, which is the hole in the wall here at the door, or is the door just open? Can I see what's going on in here?
Back into the bar?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, door's open. Door was swung open.
Great. Okay. We are. Let me look up the rules on this thing that I have here. Okay. I will cast Scorching Ray.
Scorching Ray?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On the Revenant.
You can. I'm not gonna stop you from doing so. I will remind you, because it's been 2 weeks. You did hit this thing with fire damage previously, and it didn't look too bothered.
Yes.
Not saying it's completely ineffective, but it did look like it hurt. Just not a lot.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the reminder.
I'm on your side, man. I'm trying to help you out. I don't want to make Ash schizo as much as Mustang.
It might. Okay, we're gonna do the other thing instead then. The worst
Do
thing.
it.
We're going to bonus action transform the Primonica into Big Iron. And we
Big Iron here.
let's see. He's not gonna beat my ass if I back up a little bit, is he? I hope not. Back up a little bit.
It's not with
Did
a
anything
melee.
happen? Sweet. Okay, well, that's 5. We'll call it 10. We'll back up again. And we will...
Just backing up and almost just watching you.
Yep. Okay, we will roll the hit.
Go for it.
How is a 25?
Yes.
25's gonna mitt. Not okay.
I am gonna
roll me
die.
some
Okay.
damage.
Alright, so that's...
Okay.
I suppose we'll call it... Is force considered magical? Yes? Correct? I like the sound of
Force
force.
is considered force.
Oh.
No kidding. It
I'm
depends.
fine,
Force damage can come from a non-magical source. However, the Primonica is magic.
It's magical. Okay. We're gonna call it force damage because that feels good. And we will roll 4d12.
Show me what you got.
Okay. It's loading. I have to just do the math. That'll probably be faster. Okay, so that's 33 points of force damage.
33 points of force damage. Mustang Strums.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you watch as he, or at least I guess Amos is his only witness, as he's
almost
like
as my witness.
he's like grumbling out of frustration, like muttering swears as he puts together the big iron and swears at Amos. And he kind of puts the rifle up to his shoulders and he's still mumbling as he closes one eye. And as the same fashion Matic did when he showed up, he aims, he fires, and blows a giant hole in the Revenant.
Dang.
Put him down.
And then he will use the rest of his movement to go back where he was. Oh, we'll go one step. We'll stand in the
Have a
doorway.
good day, sir. As you take the shot and the bullet pierces through the Revenant, in the very same fashion, you do shoot it through its chest. However, you watch as it lingers for a moment. The body disperses, but the smoke remains. The eyes watching you as you approach. And you still get that ominous feeling that you're being watched. Even as the smoke begins to slowly get blown out into the wind. No physical semblance of the Revenant left remaining. But you know it will be back. You just don't know when. The Revenant's gone. Do you want to move any further in?
Okay, that was 10, 15. I could go one more, I think. Yeah, I can go one more. Whoa, we'll go right, well,
And walk up
No.
to your new friend, pal. Yeah.
we're staying in the doorway.
Oh.
Hell yeah. You, because you're half and half, you get a little bit of peripheral vision. As Mustang, you can still see, even though the Revenant's dead, the 7 chain collectors sprinting towards the Golden Cutlass. Kind of slightly, you can both hear and see them, but slightly blocked by Amos's form. And you see as they begin to run and sprint towards you, preparing various different weapons and spells, the sheer number and size, like you get excited from that little bit of like spark of hope of killing the Revenant after finally fucking being trapped in hallucinations and visions and setting things on fire and seeing that you hurt Matic. your head is all over the place, and you can barely process the joy before it is immediately ripped away by seeing 7 new, fully healthy foes beginning to turn the corner towards you. Is there anything that you would like to do outside? Because I think you've used all your movement action and bonus action. Can I
Yeah,
call a
we used
friend
them.
third on? Is there any last quip or anything that you would like to do before you end your turn?
He's all out
End
of
your
quips,
life.
brother. He's all out. He's just standing in the doorway, heaving.
Okay. As you try and catch your breath, which is funny because you don't technically need to breathe, but funny, still sticking to that, feeling the transition between human body and your back to your smoky form, you do see your chest expands and contracts like it would if you are taking breath. You don't get the sensation of taking breath, but you see something is off from that brief experience, even if it was a hallucination, a vision, whatever you want to call it, for as brief as a time as it was. Your body and mind seem to be aware that something changed drastically. And it is trying to compensate for said change. As you try and take that steady breath and calm yourself, out of the corner of your eye, you see 7 men charge you, begin making their way, approaching Amos from behind, who just doesn't seem to give a singular fuck. He's still leaning up against the building, so he's not blocking their path. But you see the kind of looking forward, the door open on the other end of the tavern. The same door that Wendell left out of. And you hear 2 heavy footfalls as a large figure walks through the door. As the 7 approach from the front, you see a familiar face walk through the back. Injured, bleeding, and looking rather pissed. You see a large Goliath armored form slowly walking towards you with a slight limp. And as the 7 figures approach from the front, you watch as grabbing your shoulder, it just pushes you past him, almost throwing you behind into the golden cutlass without a word being said, and walks through the doorway. And the next thing that you hear is a shortcut scream and the sound of gurgling blood. Now for new, you, my friend, are actually aware of this person, as you have been actively both avoiding and gaining a semblance of understanding and a little bit of, perhaps a little bit of respect over the years as you've taken many different bounties for many different companies, peoples, individuals. You immediately recognize this form as what is currently known as Captain Eingard. However, you know him by a far different name, as both in this moment and in recognition for Mustang as a member of the 6, Mustang knows to an extent that Durdon and Captain Eingard are close, but never got the full relationship. And in this moment, you have a brief understanding that it is not necessarily one of familial or parental or guiding teacher, or even that of a close, trusted friend. Through the 6 seconds it takes before he walks back inside the door, the shortcut screams and falling of bodies reminds you only of a singular time in your memory. And that was when you watched Durdon drop 4 people in the span of 6 seconds back at the arena. And you quickly realize it's because whoever or whatever this man used to be before he became captain of the guard, it's not a man of words. And you hear a brief bit of conversation coming from the other side of the wall as heavy breath and a clanking of metal falling to the ground is heard.
I'm well aware who the fuck you are. I've had a long fucking day and it ain't even over yet. So I'm gonna give you a very generous offer. Get the fuck off of my island, or I will guarantee I, or one of my superiors, will find you a permanent place fucking beneath it.
And he's talking to me.
No, you hear him talking
Oh.
outside
Oh,
to a
okay.
figure that you have not seen.
Ooh.
Gotcha.
Second passes, and you watch as Amos walks past the doorway, stopping for but a second to look inside. Let this be a reminder, little flame. Anytime I want, no matter where you are. I can take, and I can perfect. And he walks off. And you see the bloody form of Captain Eingard fall face first into the wooden doorway of the Golden Cutlass. And that's where we're going to cut and actually take call this 2 minutes as I go quickly run, take my dog out, because I think
5 minutes.
it's been a while.
Wow.
4 minutes, 50 seconds. Take it or leave it.
Deal.
We'll take a quick 5-minute break. But afterwards, we're going to cut back to Durdon and Kipling. So be
Okay.
prepared, both of you on deck. Woo! Exciting.
Wow.
Literally shitting my dick right now.
Widowy shit. Wow.
You know, Brian, I can only imagine how scary it must have been to have thinking Captain Eingard was talking to you.
I know, I was
talking
like,
you
oh shit,
underneath the
okay.
island.
Like, damn, you don't kill me.
Yeah, so I didn't do nothing.
I'll be right back.
Wait.
Yep.
Wait. Okay. Okay,
Wait.
don't judge Megan. She might have taken like a short 3-minute nap. Did you say Captain Eingard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's here?
yeah, he saved my ass.
He took care of the guys that were coming in.
Where is he on this map?
He's not on the
No.
map yet. It was his theater of the mind.
How did he wind up here? He was
Listen,
under
just
the
like
ocean.
everybody else. just like everybody else who's here, he just fucking showed up. So we're all kind of wondering the same thing.
I'm thinking clones. Oh, I got questions.
You and me both.
Alright, I need to put these glasses back on.
I need to know what's gonna happen with this heist. I'm invested.
Right?
Bro, I thought that what's her fuck was the heist.
No, that
I
was the
thought we were
pre-gaming the
stealing a
heist.
person.
Heist pre-steal.
Who, Evelyn?
Yeah. I thought it was like a twist. I was like, oh, the weapon is Evelyn. That's okay, interesting.
No!
But
it
I just
couldn't-
misunderstood it for like 3 weeks.
No, because she would have been straight up lying then. She specifically said the heist was a staff.
Oh.
For like 10 minutes straight because Kipley...
Oh, I don't
Kipley
recall.
made very sure. Oh, man. Yeah, this is racking my brain because I could have swore he was the one that led Mammoth and Reese into the friggin' under the ocean.
Yeah, I say I'm not quite sure how he is here. If that's the case, maybe he's just he's moving quick, or maybe he didn't stick around for the shit show that happened on the submarine thing. It's not entirely clear with the description. Was it intended to be a submarine of sorts, or just like an underground, underwater establishment?
Yeah, maybe it's just like an underwater establishment. No, because it was moving.
Okay, we'll go with submarine then.
I can confirm it was a submarine.
Big old
That
marble
was quick.
submarine.
Fancy people have fancy things, Megan. Okay.
Well, okay, and just to clarify,
Uh,
Rowan was the one that brought Reese and Mammoth to the submarine, correct?
no. Captain Eingard informed them that they are going to go meet at the Vermilion Scabbard to find whoever was going to bring them to the location there. He himself never said that he was going there. So Captain Eingard's location was unknown during this time.
Okay.
It was
fair.
last seen like around the Cloud District, but remember a lot of time has passed since then. The entire Mustang and Doug conversation, the fiasco in Marble Submarine. Although that didn't take nearly as long.
What were we talking, like an hour?
Mustang, the time frame of everyone else, you and Durdon specifically, is slightly different than everyone else. Just because, actually no, 'cause, she did take a while to prep you guys before going in. Yeah, no, like roughly like 30-ish minutes.
Okay.
He moves in mysterious ways. It's alright. It's alright.
We also say 30-ish minutes,
It's alright.
plus all the fighting that's gone on, etc., etc.
All right.
Who knows? Who knows?
Brain unwrinkled.
Brain unring.
now.
Brain stays smooth, baby. All right. All right. Are we all back? Are we guten and so gutens?
I think so.
Jared, you with us?
You
Hell yeah. Alrighty. So, we go back in time. Boop, boop, boop. So, as we drift away from the brutal scene at the Golden Cutlass, a semi-happy one, semi-confusing one, semi-concerning one, very concerning one. There's no semi in there. We go to the slightly more victorious group as both Kipley and Durdon. You two are currently left alone within the hull of the colossal sky swimmer. Kira briefly disappeared, briefly disappeared after the after Lorna Newman took her leave to go to the helm. So it's just currently you guys left alone, kind of closer to the center of the body, where there's a few lovely cannon ports that shot at you mere days ago. What would you guys like to do? If there's anything you guys would like to talk about beforehand, discuss, prep, banter.
Before she leaves, Dordan is going to ask Kira to heal him.
She did. Newman absolutely said to use Kira as a healing resource, and as she goes to walk away and you ask for healing, she just turns, gives a sigh. How hurt does Duradon look?
Just need 9 hit points.
Hmm?
I just need
9?
9 hit points. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you don't look hurt.
Kipley would raise her arm a bit. Well, the other arm. The non-black and blue one.
Or even non-black and blue. For Duradon, you're gonna get 8 hit points back. Get fucked. You think she's spending 2 spell slots on you? You crazy. And you look a little more injured. So she's gonna go ahead and pump. We'll do a nice little 4th level cure wounds.
I mean, you don't have to waste it all.
She doesn't say a word besides the spell casting component. Heal for 23 points.
Oh,
Which I think is close to how much damage you took.
very close. She kind of shakes her arm out a bit. Wow, that feels much better, thanks.
Are you both good?
I mean, will we ever?
Do you need any more healing?
Oh, no, no, we're good.
I'll be meditating then.
We're gonna make it right, she kind of says as she walks away.
She does not turn to speak to you.
Mm-hmm.
Telepathically, Dordan is going to make a connection with Kira. And he is going to say, I don't know what you're going through. Specifically, I do understand the loss of a sibling, though. Especially one that was taken from you. For what it's worth, in spite of our bickering, I hope that this wrong is corrected while you still have time and the ability to do so.
You know the message you received. Don't get a response.
Painful?
Read to our love, Philip. . Anything that you like to do? Or any conversation?
Oh man, I think Kipley's probably standing there like really awkwardly, kind of like blowing air out of her cheeks and just... Whoa. That did not go quite how I imagined it.
Dordan looks down at Kipley, kind of deadpan slightly, and he's like, Kipley, what did you expect?
I thought we were going to get the stuff. Didn't realize we were going to be dropping into a whole nother heist for a person, especially someone I actually know. Were you expecting that? How? Oh, that doesn't even make sense.
Unfortunately, you in your group, not just you and your group, have been neglecting the vassal part of being a vassal. And the one understanding that you always expect as a vassal is that whatever mission you take on, it's never as straightforward as is suggested to seem, especially when the objective is a kind of roundabout. There's a reason that I am Durdan the Savage Hunter, the individual that hunts people for bounties. Um, I get to decide the circumstances, most of the time, the circumstances around the retrieval of this individual, and whatever collateral comes as a part of it is just kind of how things go. But when you start going into more abstract things, as you'll learn as a vassal if you continue doing vassal work, when you start doing things like being hired as a bodyguard, which is why I didn't sign with Ada, you take on all of your hirer, your boss's bullshit. And there's nothing in the contract that stipulates that they can't ask you or drag you along to whatever gets you to where you were hired to assist. So
Contract?
these are contract more so the agreement that you're going to assist. It's just the all the same when if you were hired to protect someone, they clearly need protection from something or some entity, and you just assume that maybe we're going to be in one place and we're going to be in the most secure place and protect you there. But unfortunately, in situations like that, you more than likely have to deal with them traveling and them going to places that make it harder for you to do your job, but you've been hired to do that job. This is no different than that.
I feel like
We have
you're just describing daily life and trying to
as a
survive.
vassal. Yes, that's exactly that's the point. This is all normal for normal vassal work.
Yeah,
And
but
you
it's just
seem like
people surviving. Like, you just suspect everyone's going to just, you know, be the shittiest version of themselves and you'll be alright.
correct. Yeah. Everyone sucks equally. I mean, her maybe a little bit more than other people, but
Did you say you had a sibling?
oh, that was telepathically.
Damn it.
Can't believe breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, so... I imagine we're about to go into something new here real quick. Do you need anything?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm a little... I wasn't expecting Mammoth and Reese to be there. That was... I don't know.
You never saw Reese, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
I wasn't expecting Mammoth to be there. It was a bit of a shocker. I kind of feel like we just left him there.
You did the best thing that you could have done in this situation. Minimizing when you're in a situation like that and you have a conflict of interest involved, the less that people know about what you personally hold dear, the better that it is. If you try to reach out to Mammoth or let him know that you were, there, or it was you, you subject yourself to more liabilities than anything else. It was kind of risky with you revealing who you were to the lady that we picked up. The whole ambiguity and ensuring that you don't have people to tie you back to this crime. We are committing a string of crimes, to be fair. So, let's not do that one again. Just even if you know them, let's not.
I had to.
Did you?
Yeah. No, she... Like, he just... There's some people you just kind of connect with, you know? Kind of like you and Zyrus. There's people you connect with. You just open with them.
The only people I connect with are dead, or I have been inside them in some capacity. So
Ew.
I don't think it's the same. Unless that's just,
wild
unless you
statement.
haven't told me a story about you and her. Have you all been intimate, or is this just like a friendship connection thing?
Does it matter?
It does.
But
If you're
intimacy?
risking your life for like a like friendship that is not even that grand, that's kind of it's dangerous, Kipley. You have other things that you're planning to do and trying to do.
Kipley's ears kind of pull back and drop a bit. She hesitates for a moment before she kind of takes a step forward and not looking at you, but like looking at your hand. She just kind of reaches for it and just grasps it and then looks up at you. It's alright. You're gonna get there eventually. But there are more important things sometimes.
Don't know how to answer that one.
You don't always have to have an answer.
That's
You can just kind
Also
of,
fair.
think on it. shakes your hand a bit.
I will think about how awkward this exchange is. Serious note. This is serious. I'm not belittling how important this conversation is.
Okay.
Because the next part to this is, Hipley, what we're about to do. And I need to stress this. We are about to break and commit several felonies. I assume felony is a word that exists in this world. We are about to commit several heinous felonies in which, in a court of jurisdiction and law, we will not be in the right in any capacity. Which means, because we are breaking into someone else's territory, we're trespassing. Assumably, we will be killing people, and so I think that's like manslaughter. I don't know which they kind of gets weird. I don't know which one is like manslaughter.
I didn't get that we were killing people. I just got that we were going to be stealing something, and we're just bringing down like a magic barrier so that we can't steal the thing, and then we'd be saving a life.
If the murders happen, even if they're not by us, we are accomplices to other felonies.
I feel like you could use that argument in any future dealings. Because we don't know if we're going to murder anyone. We could be walking down the street going to get like, you know, lemonade or something. And I could make the argument, hey, if murders happen on the way to lemonade, we're going to be involved in quite a few felonies.
Dear God.
I don't think... Okay, either way, listen. None of this matters as long as we stick to the objectives that we have set, which is get you there, you do your thing, we steal the item, only the item, and we leave. No finding and communing with people that you kind of like. No revealing your identity. No putting the others in danger by the proxy of our dealings here. The less people know that it was us here involved with any of this, the more that we can protect the others of the group. I don't particularly desire to be responsible for any of them dying. I've already gone this far to die on several occasions on their behalf, intentionally and unintentionally. I don't want the one fuck up to be something that they weren't even here to be involved with. There's other things that we have to do. Let's get this done. You've already agreed to the terms, which is why we're here. Let's minimize the repercussions from this dealing with this woman and her high ambitions.
You didn't have to be here.
Until you get to the destination that I said I would get you to, anything that places you in danger to some capacity greater than you getting a fucking paper cut, I have to be present for. Don't worry though, it's not all just about you. There are other things that I really want to accomplish, and seeing you alive just so happens to also be a primary key to entry to a lot of the things that I'd personally like to see happen.
Oh, it's okay. I'm well aware. I mean, you've kind of been absent for quite a bit of it, so don't worry about it. She kind of gives you a little punch on the arm, which is more like a tap to you, I'm sure. Well,
So
I guess we've come to an accord. I mean, let's be real. There's not too many more people I really care about to run across, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. This was a bit of a surprise, and honestly, this was not my fault. This was, Miss Newman's fault. Never a part of the deal. I don't really think you can blame that on me. And you know, if you really want this to be done faster, then it sounds like we just need to get to the island faster. Just saying.
it's not. While yes, I do want this to end faster. It's not just ending faster. I ideally like it to end properly without hiccups and issue if it can be prevented. It's not just about the accomplishment of the task. It's about ensuring the quality of the finishing of the task.
Of which you don't know the ending.
If I can help it, we do as we're instructed. It ends exactly as it's been laid out to us. We make it back, give or take within a mile of our destination, of our rooms. Get whatever you made this deal with her for. By the way, what did you get out of this deal? Aside from, I guess, helping Maeve, like, was it coin or items, information? What did you agree to this for?
Actually, a really good point, because if I don't make it out, you need to collect it. Number one, she holds up a finger. She has to take them to Maeve and get her out of there. Number two, she's going to take us to Rictus so we can free him as well. And that's it. And then should it all go according to plan, and you know, maybe extra well, she holds up a third finger, maybe we'll have gained a really oddly powerful, slightly crazy frenemy? I mean, I don't necessarily say
crazy, Megan.
I trust her.
Megan.
But
If you could please, for your own good, because it's been a while since you originally made the deal, go ahead and make me a history check with advantage.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you information no matter what, but you are missing a few key details from that encounter / deal that you made with her.
Okay. That's a 9.
Okay. So the number of things that you said is wrong. So technically, semi-technically, semi-didn't. So here's the fun thing. When you made the deal, the explicit wording that she used never involved her specifically bringing you to Maeve. She said that in her doing this would allow Percy to do so.
To give him the staff.
If she said when she gives him the staff, as that's what she was hired to do, then he will at any time be able to take you all as a party if he wants. Or he himself will be able to go get Maeve. The deal go say Rictus was to fuck up the heralds and take back Rictus alive. And the third part was to give you some sort of option to either physically bring you to Ravinica or to show you how to get there. That was actually the main part of the deal that you asked for.
Yeah, she wasn't going to bring that pod up to Doradon.
I didn't know if Megan forgot it or
No.
or if it was Kipley not mentioning it. I had to, as a good faith DM, I didn't want to gamble and just be like, "Oh, I'm sure she knows that that's a hidden part."
No,
Okay.
no,
Cool,
because
cool, cool,
Megan
cool, cool,
does
cool.
forget quite a bit.
You've been good. I just wanted to make sure. That's it.
Yeah, Doradon. I think actually, you know what? I don't know what to think. I forgot the last thing I said.
So let me understand this. Okay, just cause like it's been a while, and maybe the like pressure of 3 sponsors was a lot. So you decided and agreed upon the heist so that we would gain more problems to deal with?
What? No.
It's
What?
like,
How did you get that out of what I just said?
so if the 2 things, right, or sorry, 3 potentially, but the first one was her bringing us to Maeve.
Well, oh, okay, no. We're supposed to get the staff. That goes to Percy. And then Percy and Pearl go to get Maeve back. And then Maeve saves Pearl.
Okay, so cool. We just lob that up to them and pray that they rock it out. Cool. So the second one, is she, so she's just taking us to Rictus? Is she getting Rictus out? Or do we have to then put the work in to save Rictus?
Do you not want to put the work in to save Rictus?
I would rather, if it was a part of a deal, that she just do it. You know, I don't mind putting the work in, but fuck. Okay. All right. Cool.
I mean,
so
that you're talking about. He was taken to the Heralds.
understandably, she's also a very powerful person. And I feel like, hey, maybe the bargain could have been like, get Rictus back, please. Okay, no, it's fine, it's cool.
Well, I feel like I did
pivoting.
ask that, but I got the no, 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 no. That's not part of the deal.
Got you. Okay. No, you did great. You did phenomenal. I'm not gonna undercut your moment. You did a thing, and it was good. And we're moving forward in a positive direction. I love this. I love it. This is life, and it's great. It's Kipley. We're looking up. We're trending upwards.
Oh, no.
We're trending.
Are you alright?
Okay.
This sounds really painful.
I was a child soldier, and still somehow that made more sense than a lot of events that have transpired in a short period of time. It's just a lot in a short period of time. And the 6 are amazing people, and it's not your fault, and it's not your fault. It is the fact that Lady of Luck looks down on you and shits in your group's breakfast every morning. Without fail, make sure to sprinkle a little bit on every flake of food that you consume for that daily breakfast. And I love it. I love it. I adore it. It's oh my god. I've learned so many things, and I love you all so much.
It's alright, Don. This is why I don't eat breakfast.
You just breathe it in because it's crazy. It's just that's okay. Sorry.
I mean, you finished how many missions?
Before or after you?
Well, of course, before.
Yeah, before this group, I think it's been dozens. Of bounties alone, in terms of missions and required missions, maybe required missions that she specifically asked me to do, it's been like 3 or 4. But overall,
about the exact number.
Gang shit, cool.
We did come up with this a while ago.
Normal roll.
Regular roll.
What is
7?
7?
It's a guess.
Dozens. That's all I got for you.
The actual answer was 72.
Whoa.
Dang.
You have to remember, it was over 9 years.
Yeah.
It's a lot of days and years, a lot of people to kill.
Yeah, but were they as fun as this?
How do you define fun?
I mean, how would Cyrus define fun?
Oh, shit.
Type of fun that I know of that Cyrus enjoys is, unfortunately, I feel like... Wait, Kipley, how old are you? Because you... No disrespect. I feel 75% confident that you are an adult and significant... a bit older than Mammoth. I don't know if that's your size or just the way that you sound, but I also feel like you may be like old as shit and just like really like sweet and small and just like you don't physically age very well. Are you like a little you like Mammoth, or are you like a Mustang in terms of being an adult? I don't think I've ever asked or care to ask, but I feel like it's important in this moment.
You hear in your head, please stop. You are really hammering this down the wrong way. I'm a third party, Diradon. I have to stick here and hear the results, and you are digging yourself a grave.
Orma, you enjoy this. Just it's okay. You chose me. Remember that. Remember that.
No, I really didn't. As circumstance, my boy.
Kipley's dark eyes just are kind of watching you, kind of sparkling a bit, and her head tilts. Oh, I'm 24.
Really?
For sure.
For sure.
Got insight.
Hey, you can go ahead. Megan, just go ahead and make me a straight charisma check. And you can DM me whether you're making it persuasion or deception.
Okay. All right. I don't unless I'm busting out of that 20 here. I don't think shit's shaking. Never mind.
You get a whole lot of question marks. You believe her. The way she says it sounds potentially legitimate. Then again, Kipley is a liar, so known deceptor. But you know, those are the ones you can trust.
X. Cool. Oh. 24, you say?
10, 10, and 4. It's not much time to do much in this life. Certainly haven't had 9 years of bounty work.
You see that Duradon seems to come to some type of realization and kind of zones out. He doesn't look like he's there at this moment.
She kind of reaches out, and, like the pads of her fingers kind of touch yours again.
He'll yank it back and look down, kind of focusing back in on you. Sorry, what? What did you say? Or we were talking about 24. Oh, yeah. Oh,
You're right.
hey, I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I think like it finally settled in that we were in the presence of a bunch of powerful people, and my stomach's like, you gotta release all that before you go and deal with more important matters. So I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, and I'll catch back up with you in a second. Yeah, and he turns to go to wherever a bathroom place is on the ship.
Skywhale.
You ain't got no idea there's a bathroom in here, man. Luckily, this is a. So here's the good news and the bad news. There is a semblance of a toilet. However, there's little to no commodities as colossal sky swimmer. This wasn't built for comfort. It was built for more practical use. You see, there is a kind of little wing built out that you didn't really get to see before because you never went this far in. This is more towards the head, and it's built outward, away from the actual face, and it is literally just a metal toilet with no lid, just kind of a hole that drops off into nothingness. So you can do your business outside and it will drop to whatever is below.
Cool. He doesn't actually need to go to the bathroom. He simply
Literal shithole Maggie.
He just needs a space to breathe and think about not thinking. That's it.
Go ahead while you are kind of in this state. Go ahead and just make me a wisdom saving throw.
Gang shit.
Just casual wisdom saving throw.
Casual
Is there such a thing?
Of course.
21.
21, cool. So you don't set into a full state of panic. That's the good thing. The bad thing is that as you are trying to calm yourself and think about anything except for the topic you're trying to avoid,
What?
you get a few flashbacks, not of your own memory, Uh, Going back to 2 weeks ago, 'cause it's been a while, you, for the 6 seconds that you shared the staff of Newman, you caught glimpses of what you assumed to be her memories. And trying to avoid your own, you see those glimpses again as you can feel the cold stone hilt of Herma resting against you. And surprisingly, the ones that come to mind aren't too far off from your own. Different. Similar in a sense. You did see only two relevant memories. But clarity does come eventually. It takes you long enough, though, to the point where someone does knock on the door. Hey, excuse me, sir. You've been in there for 15 minutes, and I need to take a shitter. Either do it in there or outside here, your choice.
Yeah. One second. And he kind of wipes his face of whatever cold sweat he's drawn up from this recollection. And opens the door and just kind of like nods at the person and just pushes past them in that nervous way you do when kind of like you've just finished shitting in a public bathroom and you really don't want to make
It's a
eye
Taco
contact with
Bell. It
people.
was risky. You had to go. No, I get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
you're not proud of what you did in there.
No, you can't let anyone know it was you. I understand. You do so. And as you head off, you run into Newman in the hallway, and she takes a singular look at you, and the eyes don't narrow, and she doesn't say anything, but you have a wordless conversation where she just looks you up and down. You look back at her, and you look at him, and he looks at me. And you see, she just nods and gestures for you to go for the hallway first.
He'll do so.
And she follows behind you. You can hear the heels clicking on the tiles. On the metal floor. As eventually, after a few minutes, you see she pops back up with Kira. All right, are you ready? Or do you need more prep time? And she looks specifically at Durdon when she says that. I'm only a few minutes out, so I would prepare yourself as best as you can.
Good, I think I exercised all the demons, as the clerics say.
Ha 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 ha. Funny. Well, as I said before, plan is overly simple. Go ahead on your merry way. I've located at least what I think in the schematics of the skyship. That you're going to have to infiltrate a specific portion towards the northern wing. Go inside, pop that orb, or whatever the fuck that is. They normally make it orbs. I don't know why. Every single fucking designer, artificer, whatever you want to call them, need to find something better than just rotating orbs that are anti-magical devices. It's just obvious. Like when you see it on a... If it isn't, and this is a bait, I will be genuinely impressed. Although I sincerely doubt that it is. Because, you know, they're stupid. Destroy the device. Once you do, I will know. And just make your way over to us. It will certainly not be a surprise of where you are, because you will hear it.
and we'll go into the vault together. Good?
Where are we going?
She looks towards Duradon. I have a semblance of such that I can just give you the map and you will somewhat be able to navigate. You got
No.
one task.
Right. I had one task before and it didn't work out so well, so...
Different task.
Feel like the more information we have, you know, it would...
I literally just said every single part of
Right.
what you need to do.
Dweller. Which... Where?
Well, I mean, hybrid dweller. But yeah.
Right. Any big forces there we need to avoid aside from the Purnells? Ronells.
I'm sorry, I was about to say, Penels, are you having a stroke?
Sorry, no, I was
The
combining
Ronells
two
are not
names.
going to be there. Fortunate for us, the head of House Ronell never leaves Paradise Peak unless it's a strict emergency. His wife certainly doesn't. His son is out and about, of course. Want to hire me for this mission. I have no idea where he actually is in the world, but the daughter shouldn't be a problem either. I mean, she keeps inside the house almost 24/7, so the only ones that will be there will be kind of just, I assume, some sort of scrappy mage or brute force guards that they just hire to make sure that no one tries to hijack the ship. And we're not trying to hijack the ship, we're just trying to break into a specific part of the ship and then get out. They'll be prepared for combat.
Okay. Ooh. Right. Okay.
Anything else? We got like 2 minutes.
Sure.
So we'll be approaching this from a stealthy,
No.
stealthy.
Break
Just
in,
running?
break out, do it as fast as possible. Let me tell you, if you remember, and she looks towards the both of you, why I said I originally needed this sky swimmer for, it's not exactly stealth. This is a big old distraction. We are going to be a big old distraction for you. Go loud and proud for all I care. Just get the job done as fast as possible.
Before. You got anything to help with speed?
Speed?
Yeah, you said
Do
fast.
I look like a walking armory?
I don't know. I don't have magic. I know some magic makes people go fast. I was just asking.
Those last for a minute, and the side effects are probably not great for you. No, I am keeping my resources for myself. No offense. However, go as fast as you can, and I'm sure you will be adequate.
Okay.
Can you keep up?
This sounds like great fun.
I hope it is. You can enjoy yourselves along the ride. Just remember, once we get to the vault, and I cannot stress this fucking enough, don't touch anything.
I'm gonna look at Kipley with the most pleading eyes for
Parents
the first time to listen, not touch anything.
Don't touch anything.
No. Even if the Bone Mother asks you to do it, don't fucking touch it.
I mean, she's my patron.
She also wants you to get to that island, right?
So do you.
Yes, So we have this thing in common where we don't want to see you die, and part of not seeing you die is making sure you don't do things that put you in a position to maybe die. And this thing right now, that thing would be to touch anything that's not the staff. Don't touch anything.
She just gives you a pat in the arm. The main goal is to make sure we get the staff. Number one priority.
Yes.
Number one.
Staff and alive. Staff and alive. Staff and alive. There should be no more priorities past that. Get the staff and leave alive. There shouldn't be a tertiary or whatever comes after tertiary objective.
Same page then.
All right, we're good. Wait, you got that sorted.
Sort of.
Wonderful. Well, I would say buckle up, but we don't have any. And brace for impact.
What's the sky swimmer's name?
I'm sorry, the what?
The sky swimmer.
Sky swimmer?
Swimmer.
Sorry, I just had to be an asshole. I don't give a fuck. That's what it is.
Great. I'm gonna name him when we're done.
Nope, name is I don't give a fuck. You asked, that's what you get.
Here we go.
Join me in the helm, if you could please. And, Kira. You see, Kira literally just pops out of the corner like she was there the entire time, but you just did not notice her. She was just standing perfectly still. I've mastered the art of standing perfectly still. And you see she kind of just pops up. Wonderful. You can, I would assume you want to put the disguises back on. They're not going to be useful as they were before, but hiding your faces is probably for the best. But I don't need such things, and Kira has... well, actually, you probably should, dear, because your magic probably won't hold up. Luckily, though, druids are very crafty when it comes to using things that aren't quite magic, but still useful within a field. I'm gonna go ahead and stop talking. Let's go. And she leads you all to the helm of the Sky Swimmer, where you guys actually haven't been. Because last time you were at the head, you were inside of it, in terms of its brain. This, you see, there is a... almost like a collar or necklace underneath the Sky Swimmer's throat. And it comes out to this little observation deck where you can just see below and around the Sky Swimmer's head. And you assume this is where people would most likely not want to stand during your battle specifically, just because how much towards the end you bash the shit out of this head. You do see there's cracks in the glass from just magical fragmentation or any sort of randomness that you threw at it. And as you look through the snowy and partially filled blizzard skies, you do hear a slight rumbling as a storm sounds like it's close. Doesn't sound aggressive or overbearing in terms of its strength, but you hear just kind of like a low rumble off in the distance. And as the Sky Swimmer parts the clouds by beginning to not nosedive, but very rapidly descend, as it pierces through to around the 700 to 800 foot range. You look off into the distance to see one of, not the largest dwellers that you've seen in the past. In fact, it's just barely large enough to be called a dweller.
But something that sets it apart from any other ship that you've seen is the sails. They're not facing forward. They're facing up. See this little guy? Roughly about a few thousand feet ahead of the Sky Swimmer, you see
Ship.
it may be a version of it.
In the air?
You see
Captain.
a flying ship roughly around the 500 feet mark in the air, high enough that the waves would never be able to touch it, but not high enough that the clouds would be able to grace past the tops of the crow's nest. And you see it slinking through the snowy, now close to night. And I will leave the option open of whether you want to start the heist tonight or not, excuse me.
Kip, how you feeling?
I mean, I'm fine. I don't want to keep anyone else up though.
How's the rest of the party?
As a group. I know we already lost Caitlin, so I don't want to hold anyone that we're feeling too tired.
I'm fine.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword.
We'll move. Ryan? I would
Perhaps
never
we
say your
already
name
lost a
normally again.
soldier.
Well, I think he's gone into the dark night.
I mean, maybe that would be a good thing for us to go ahead and do it if you're a good DM, because then they don't have to sit through us doing that next week.
I do have multiple parts of it planned, but if you want to start it for tonight, we can. I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way in hell we're finishing it tonight. It is not a possibility whatsoever. Even if we speed run it, I don't got the mental bandwidth nor sleep within me to do it. So we can start it if you want.
Yeah, if you're okay, maybe we just start it.
Sure.
I'm good with it.
Right, then. So, order of events of what happens next.
Oh god.
Is something truly neither of you have experienced. Even as a child of war who fought druids of both the lands, sea, and sky, and as Kipli, in her very wild past, jumping from dweller to dweller, both recent and past events, have never quite seen what it looks like when a sky swimmer, a colossal sky swimmer creature of around roughly 340 feet long, begins to chase a ship roughly along the same length as it. Nor are you prepared when that ship starts firing at said sky swimmer while you're inside of it. The first cannon shot doesn't make a sound until the explosion rocks the left-hand breastplate of the sky swimmer. Duradon, go ahead, just make me a regular Arcana or History check.
Oh, buddy, oh boy. Let me tell you.
Kipli, you can make it with advantage. Either one.
History? It ain't for me.
You said history? Got it.
History or Arcana,
Oh shit.
if one is better.
Oh, buddies. 16. Okay. So unfortunately, the dwellers that you've been on in the past, Kipley, haven't been the most equipped in terms of specialized weaponry.
That's fair.
And Duradon, while you haven't personally seen one, you have heard one when they were doing firing tests out in the wildlands, the kind of edges of the jungle portion of Paradise Peak. Artificers don't have a whole lot. They have the ocean to test, of course, but when testing the destructive power against structures, they sometimes would build and test roughly a few miles outside of Paradise Peak in the Dreaming City. This is not just a normal cannon or any kind of ballista, as the explosion that follows afterwards is far greater than any normal effect of said previous weapons. You recognize the display of power, and also you put together as a semi-smart individual when it comes to battle, war, and sometimes common sense. That if you were attacking a mage-based ship that was made for the Renels, probably gonna have some magic on it. And arcane cannons aren't common in the naval use of dwellers. But when it comes to overly expensive and well-maintained flying dwellers like this, you could imagine they could fit a few on the budget, as about 3 other explosions rock the same side of the Sky Swimmer, excuse me. And you see as the creature just lets out this low, guttural moan of pain. Something that almost never did when you guys were fighting it because of how long it took for you guys to deal damage to even hurt it / cut the tail off. This is immediate. Within seconds of approaching the ship, you can immediately see the cannon fire go off, and the arcane cannon shooting these almost laser-like turrets that just begin to carve into this thing like butter. And you can see that Lurdain, looking a little too calm for how much damage you can hear this creature calling out and crying in pain from, just looks to you guys and goes, "Well, I suggest you all huddle real close because we are doing this the old-fashioned way. Anti-magic barrier means Featherfall is going to be nullified and we would fall to our deaths. So everyone huddle up and don't fucking break off or we will all die." And you see she steps to, it looks like a small ring in the center of the helm. Kind of has a different pattern than the rest of the floor, and you see it opens up as she pulls a lever on the side of the room, and you can see just empty floor is revealed as a small opening is created. And you see Lorendane Newman pull out a small, well, it appears to be a small backpack, and straps one to her chest and straps one to her back, and gives all of you hooks, and hooks all of your various different belts. And if you are still going to wear the cloaks that she gave you, those have a hook on them. Or excuse me, have a loop on them that can be hooked together. And she hooks all 4 of you together and goes, "All right. Please jump at the same time, or this is going to suck for all of us. On 3. 1.
2.
A 2. Do you jump? Do you jump early?
No, she just grabs Duradon's hand and's ready.
1, 2, 3. And she kind of tries to pull you guys in at the same time. Again, she's not too strong. She tries to pull all of you in and jump at the same time. And unless anyone is going to attempt to stop said jump or do it at a weird time, all of you consecutively jump into the hole, which is big enough for all of you, and begin to immediately plummet at 500 feet per second, swirling in like a uncontrolled spiral dive, headed directly at the ship. It is not a straight shot. It is not like you're directly over it when she jumped. You're about 100-ish feet off to the right, and you can see she's trying to guide the rest of you, arms at her side, kind of diving out towards it. But the speed you're going, you're worried in the back of your heads that you're without the aid of magic, or the flying boots, or your shifter, that you are not gonna make the jump until you see she pulls two small little leads on the end of these bags, and they just immediately open up and pop out two little cloth contraptions that shoot out, one directly in front of her and one directly on top of her, above her, excuse me, and begins steering the rapid descent towards the ship, and more specifically towards a very large stained glass window of a very familiar looking figure, as you see a younger but still recognizable because of just how massive it is, a younger version of what your best guess is. Durgon probably doesn't know it as well, but Kipley, just because the image is probably slightly burned into your head, whether out of a semi-lingering anger / hate for him, or just because the fact that he lightning bolted you in water, of Percival Rennell, as he is holding a spellbook tome in his hand, and the other is kind of gestured out like he was casting a spell. And you see she aims, and I'm actually going to make a roll for this because comedic timing. She is going to attempt to aim to knock out his metaphorical glass teeth and go in for the face. But we'll see where it lands. I'm going to roll straight d20. A 12 or higher, and she is going to go for the face. A 9 to 10, and you're going to slam straight into the chest of it. Anything lower, you guys are going in right through the glass crotch. Hey, straight to the chest. You blow a hole in the middle of this stained glass window. Luckily, the impact is what you believe to be absorbed by Lorna Dane. It does look like she takes damage as some glass just shatters against the guiding parachute in front of you. And some of it scatters to the wind, others into her. Luckily, as a barbarian, and both of you wearing cloaks, kind of the glass kind of not deflects, but just kind of roughly hits you and then just slowly slides off. As you all land on the inside, you see fine tiled floors. The wind immediately begins to pull you back out, and you see she detaches from the cloth parachutes and immediately begins to run in a different direction. And you see, very much like a Pokemon, she reaches into the bag of holding, and instead of pulling something out with her hand, she opens it up in the way that you are both familiar with when you want to dump the entire contents of a bag of holding out. And you see as the armored figure that you have both come to be familiar with as Aldwin is Pokeballed out in front of her, kind of skittering and scattering onto the tiled floor ahead. As a creature that does not need to breathe, can stay within a bag of holding for as long as need be. And just you're like, oh fuck me, Jesus Christ! As he ting 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 ting, kind of skids to a stop. She goes, "You, me, we got places to be. You two, you got a mission. Fucking do it. Get back to us as soon as possible. Let's go." And you have been given a blueprint of the skyship, and you are given a rough landing point of where you would end up. So as you look down at the map and begin making your way, who is going to be reading said map
Oh.
and guiding you to the destination?
Would this be intelligence?
You'll find out in a second.
Not.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think
Kipleigh's
either of you are gonna be good at this.
strongest. She's got, on a scale of 1 to 5, maybe like a 1.
Duradon has the same type of Duradon do it. If he's doing it, he can take the blame of it. He'll do it.
So with advantage, please make me an investigation check because you have the map. Now, normally you would hope that this would be survival, but there is no survival elements within this. This is you trying to decipher in a mall of where you are in the mall without it telling you where you are when you see the map of where all the different outlets are and shit. So you have the blueprints of the ship. You're just trying to identify where you are and the path that is best from the landing point to where she thinks the generator is going to be.
Gotcha, cool. I will say, if it helps at all for the consequences that come afterwards, I do have Observant, which does add a +5 to my passive investigation.
And you have the Pact of the Talisman.
It's also fair.
Advantage, Talisman, Observant, not going to help you too much in this case. But go ahead and make a roll. It's not going to passive, it's an active check. 18. 18 is enough. It was only a DC 15 check. It was, I say only, but that is a high task for both of you. As not the most intelligent creatures, but in this moment, Duradon, you just kind of really rough it out. You mark down a path that you think is gonna be the quickest way there, and you start leading as you don't immediately encounter any guards on the ship. However, you have the common sense to know with where the Sky Swimmer just came in and all the arcanes firing, most people have been probably relocated to the deck and are probably trying to deal with the massive monster that is attacking them. So you hope that the path will be clear. So as you and Alduin and Newman diverge paths and begin running in opposite directions, you can see the inside of this dweller is far unlike most of what you have witnessed in the past. Everything is either tile floor, the ridiculous amount of rich people, I'm going to put pillars where pillars don't need to be, and just random statues throughout the various different rooms that you run through.
This is so typical.
And as you begin making your way closer and closer to the actual room that is marked, I am going to ask both of you, are you going to attempt to sprint there at full pace, or are you going to try and stealth? To try and avoid any potential run-ins.
I mean,
Stealth is going to take more time.
I feel like with the idea that most people have already gone up top, the idea here was never stealth. I mean, she actually said it was never stealth. It was...
Yeah, she said go loud and proud if you wish. Just to get it done as fast as you could.
That's my personal opinion.
What would the duo like to do?
Duradon? Do you want to just run?
Jared
I think he said
using
yes.
The maximum power of his brain and was muted.
No, I was muted.
Okay.
Duradon, I think, doesn't yet know type of people that we're facing. So at least for this first portion, until he can get eyes on at least what one of them look like and what they're equipped like, um, he's going to attempt to stealth. Um,
All right.
and if we happen upon people, he wants to kind of glean what they're working with, and what they have, so he can see if it's a decent idea to just like run past them if they're not like super threatening, or if they're extraordinarily threatening, just to bolt. But he wants
Or
to kind of gauge and observe first.
oh yeah, doing the same, Kipling.
I mean, Kibble was following Lorna Danes at first, so she was like, chuck it, skids to a stop when she realized she doesn't hear Dorodon behind her, and she kind of looks back, she's like, what the fuck are you doing? She trots back towards you. We're supposed to be going, like, fast.
She said, "Get there as fast as we can. We can't get there. We're not alive. We don't know what we're going up against."
Wizards!
It's a heavy assumption to make. I don't think all of them on this ship are wizards. And even if they are, what are they working with?
Magic!
Oh my god. You have not been devoid of magic long enough. Just at least for now, until we see one of them and we can know for sure what they have prepared, whether it be they use items, they use weapons of a sort and augment their magic, or use magic to augment their blades. We don't know any of that. Thus, we don't know how to best handle them. Just for now. And if we don't see any of them, we can just continue running forward.
Okay. Alright. She kind of shuffles around you and steps next to you, kind of crouches down. Alright.
Okay, both of you go ahead and roll me stealth checks. And Ash, are you still there?
Present.
Since you had such a schizo treatment earlier today, I feel it's only fair for you to bring
Whoa.
that upon your fellow players. Go ahead and roll me a flat d20, please.
With disadvantage.
I don't know if you want that.
Oh, with far
Schizo
advantage.
for one, schizo for all.
Schizo for all.
13.
18s, that's good. Okay. 13?
13.
Wonderful. So, Kipley, as you have said your previous statement, and you do fall into a slower pace with Dirdon, both of you immediately are thankful for this decision. Otherwise, if you didn't roll pretty damn high, this thing has a decent passive perception, you hear the grinding of what almost sounds like an artificer's wart shop. When you briefly visited Binstrom's, when helping moral support with Mustang, when you had to pay the 1,500 gold, and the first time that you went there, just the hustling and bustling of different gears, whistles, and noises reminds you of the grinding sound that you hear as a large armored figure walks past you, standing at roughly about 12 feet tall, and reminding you heavily of what looks like to be maybe twice the size of Dirdon's frame, is carrying what looks like to be a large metallic warhammer. and it's just slowly dragging it behind them as it walks around. It appears to be a very tight route. You see its actual walking pattern not only looks robotic, um, but as you observe it, is moving in a perfect curve as it follows not a main like path in the same direction as you, uh, but walking past a room that is right beside yours. For both moment, you pause, hold your breath, you hear it. Slowly begin to walk away. And you continue onwards. And you do see at least 2 more of these creatures. And each time, slowing down your approach, pausing, letting them pass, and then going. And you make it to the doors of the building that was listed as where Newman suspected there would be the device. You currently see it is not fully in the open, as there are some hallways that lead to it, but there is kind of just like a higher ceiling here. And it does look like it's a massive, almost common room. And there's 2 large, a large double door, excuse me, that is currently closed in front of you. How would you like to approach?
Do not look for any signs of traps or anything from kind of their position before they expose themselves?
Sure. Go ahead and make me a investigation check or perception. I will say perception is not going to get you the same results as investigation. Perception is only going to give you a basic scan.
Let's go. Investigation is more in depth. It's a lower thing, but I pray to the gods, you know? Oh, fuck it. I will. I'm gonna go ahead and use inspiration.
Sure, go for it. 15, okay.
Does that fail? Because if I need to use the D4, I can use the D4.
So here is, I'm gonna say use it. You meet a DC. It is not the highest DC, so go ahead and roll.
Okay.
On. So, a 16 isn't a bad roll. You look around for basic traps, and this is you actively walking up to the door and searching as well, because investigation can't really be done from 30 feet plus away. So as you approach, and you probably wait out the pattern until one of these colossals walk past you, and as you approach Kipley and Tail, you can see there are some more common looking traps. You do see on the door, the door appears to be locked, and on the lock itself, you can see there is a very, very, very fine wire that is just barely visible. Now, go ahead, because you didn't roll high enough to automatically know this, so I'll give you a chance because you rolled high enough to just notice the string. It's going to be a flat intelligence check. So it's going to be a real long shot here. We're going to call this a DC 14.
Dang shit. Alright, mama ain't raised no bitch. Actually, mama didn't raise me at all. She died.
10. Okay.
It's a 10.
So you don't get any immediate... Oh.
Get one more charge, I think it is. Because it's equal to your proficiency bonus, right?
Yeah.
Kipley?
So you get 3 of each. So you get
Does it consume it
Oh.
if it's a failure?
Yeah. No, yes. So you've used 2. This is your second one for just the power.
Okay, this is the second one for skills,
Yes.
and then it's separate for
Yes.
saves. Okay, cool. Got you. Hype shit.
Go for it.
It's a
There's
long
a
shot,
chance.
but,
Nope. Almost. The that was more me being generous. You see there is a fine wire connected to the door that looks like it connects both handles to each other, and then is meeting in the center where the lock is placed in between both. So you can disarm it if you had the right tools. I don't know if you have thieves' tools and or are proficient in them.
I actually think I am. Hold on, let me check.
I think.
No. It's just land in water vehicles. It's just land in water vehicles. This is a different character. But Dordan is going to try something different. He's going to ask Kipley to stand back for a second.
Oh God.
How far?
He's gonna ask you to stand back where we kind of were towards the entrance, as long as the robots aren't gonna catch it, or the constructs aren't gonna catch us. He stands back and he holds his hand out, and he doesn't really know how it works, but he like closes his eyes, like one eye open, kind of wincing, prepared for shit to go so wrong.
Oh no.
And he's going to hit pretend like he's knocking on an invisible door, and utilize the hand that I pulled from the card. I get 2 free uses of the knock spell.
So here's the good thing about this. The good thing is you don't cast the spell, because you are, surprise, in an anti-magic field right now. So
Dang
all
shit,
magical
love it.
effects are negated. That's the good part, though, because if this did successfully go off, read all of knock. It is a sound that goes, I believe, within like 100-foot radius. There's a sound made.
Oh, okay, yeah. That
would've-
spell fucking sucks. All right, cool. That's, it is what it is. I guess.
So as you do cast it, but nothing happens, which confirms that you are in an anti-magic field.
Dang. He's like, oh shit, I guess I don't have magic. I think those cards were bogus. I really
What?
It's supposed to do a thing and it didn't do the thing. Don't worry about it.
What? Kipley pulls her goggles down. Everything looking pretty dull.
You look for the goggles, and everything is just slightly tinted red. I think that's the color that you changed the goggles to. I forget. It's been a while since I've seen the art. But as you look for the goggles, this is the first time you've seen this effect. You don't get any extra feedback. As unfortunately, your goggle, no matter what source it comes from, is a magical item.
This is really weird. Alright, we gotta get through this door.
Yeah, there's a wire thing, and I think it may be a trap. I don't know how to disarm traps though. I skipped out on rogue classes at adventuring school.
Alright. What if... Can you just shoot it with an arrow?
Technically, I could.
Let's just do it from a little ways away. I mean, we just gotta get in and get out. We've got one job on this.
Yeah. I hold Clarent and see if Clarent is if Horma will answer.
You try and talk to him?
Yeah, I'm like, buddy, I don't know how this non-magic stuff works, but they're pretty fucking magical. You there?
You don't get a response.
Yeah, Hurma isn't working. So,
And then a
can't
few seconds
actually.
later.
Okay.
I see the light return. And I'm moving towards it. It's moving towards me. I'm unsure.
Before you go, can you turn into a bow though? You know, I don't want to interrupt what you got going on, but
I really wish I could.
And you see Herma is currently, you watch as the sword, which you haven't actively really been, unless you went in holding it, you would notice. But you definitely notice now as the sword is no longer a great sword where you last had it. It is just the normal longsword form that you originally found him in.
can you not? Is this a thing you can't do? Is
I'm
this affecting you a little bit?
trying.
What's wrong?
I think it's affecting him too.
I'm having
Alright,
performance issues. I swear this doesn't normally happen.
Okay,
He
so
said he didn't take his Viagra today, and it's really getting to him.
That doesn't exist in this world.
Alright. So what's keeping us from getting in the door? Some kind of a trap, right?
Potentially. Kipley, unless you have the skill set to do it, if it's just a matter of we just have to trigger it, I'm going to trigger it, and I need you to stand back a little bit. But if you have an idea that doesn't require triggering it, please go for it. What's your
How are you going to trigger? Is it just like touching the door?
I'm gonna cut or try to cut the string.
It's a string. Okay. What if we just threw a knife at it?
In fact, I don't have a knife. I
Here you
haven't
go.
been able to re-up.
She hands you a dagger.
Oh, you just have these on. Appreciate it. Duradon knows the range of attack. He's gonna stand like 20 feet away and try to thread the needle quite literally, I think, at this juncture, and cut the rope from a distance, or cut the string from a distance.
So you're throwing it?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Go ahead and make me an attack roll. There's going to be two things that you don't want. You don't want to miss by more than 5.
Got
and
you.
you don't want to hit a natural 1.
Got you.
The actual AC of the wire you're looking to get is not that high. It's a 17. But also, keep in mind, this wire loops between the 2 doors and then goes down to the lock. So unless you have 2 daggers that you're throwing at the same time, where are you specifically trying to cut?
Oh.
Are you trying to cut where it loops at the top? Where the 2 at the top connect?
Can you throw
Or are you going to
2
try
at
and
once?
throw it in a way where it cut? Or are you going to try and throw it in a way where it cuts 2 cords at once? Because that is going to change the difficulty greatly.
Because I have 2 daggers.
Duradon, is it the same DC if I try to throw 2 daggers at once as trying to cut 2 with 1 dagger?
You would have to hit 17 on both, yeah. If you're using 2 at the same time.
Yeah, Duradon will try 2 at the same time.
Okay.
I've
Oh, God.
plus 7. So I need a 10 or higher.
Twice.
On both of these. Twice.
Kipley's just crouched
this
down
remote?
behind you,
How?
looking
This
behind.
is a very important detail. One, how far away is Duradon from the door? Just 20 feet, or closer?
Just
farther?
20 feet, because that's the range, the max range of like a normal throw.
Kipley, how
Yeah.
close are you to the door / Duradon?
She's at Duradon's back.
Oh, go. Godspeed. May the Dagga be with you. Go ahead and roll me some attack rolls.
Dang shit. Alright, first D20. A 10 plus 7? 17.
Fucking bead of sweat going down my face. Okay.
Second D20.
Second D20.
Because I have rolled dice on here. Oh, alright.
Yeah,
last
please.
expression. Last expression. Okay, alright.
God.
11 plus 7, 18.
I'm so real with you. I completely forgot you had an extra left behind. And I was so getting ready for the worst.
Yeah.
Doof, doof. 2 daggers thrown at the same time. In your mind, you confirm that as these 2 wires cut simultaneously and the cord falls limp, if you had cut one of these, the other would have gone taut, and it would have caused something to go off. Because unfortunately, you didn't roll high enough to see where this wire really goes. You saw a glint of it surrounding the lock, but never the full thing. But as the 2 spindles of thread cut, at the same time, you watch as it falls to the ground harmlessly, and you wait a few seconds holding your breath, and nothing happens. However, keep in mind,
God.
did just throw 2 daggers at a door. They do make sound.
No, that's not how physics work.
What is your
Duradon's
passive
like-
stealth for both of you?
Oh god. I don't have a passive stealth.
You do. It's 10
10
plus your
plus
stealth modifier. Bonus, excuse me.
12.
12? Oh boy.
19.
19? Damn, 19? Shit.
Yeah,
okay.
stealth is Duradon's bet. The fact that we haven't been in any situation where like we are actually hunting a creature, it hurts my heart because stealth is his best stat.
Hey man, sometime in the near future. I mean, stealth. Yeah, you didn't really. Stealth really didn't impact Skyswarm fight. Anyway, okay, this is gonna be at. Going to be at. I don't know if we're gonna call this a straight roll. It's going to be. Hopefully, you really don't want it to beat both of your passives. If it beats one of them, then it's going to get another check, as the sentinels are alert to sound. Don't want this to be over a 12 or over a 19. 16, okay. Gonna get one more check. If it gets over a 19, potentially things go bad. 7, okay. You both press yourselves up against the sides of the wall, respectfully on the opposite ends. As looking out into the hallway, you see one of the large constructs making its way by, pausing, staring down the hall for a moment before a sound of a rocking explosion slightly jars the room that you're within, and the construct begins to make its way elsewhere. As it leaves, what do the two of you want to do? To the best of your knowledge, that door has no other traps on it. It is locked still, but...
Yeah, Kipley's like back pressed against, her face turned away from wherever the construct went, as she just went very still. And once it runs away, her eyes just kind of slip and look up towards Doradon. We should go.
Yeah. Doradon's gonna go over to where the daggers are in front of the door, pick them up. Not give them back to Kipley, actually. Borrow them for the time
Thank
being.
you, come again.
Just a little mini heist in this heist. And you said the door's still locked.
Yeah, the door still is locked. The wire was wrapping around the lock between the two door handles.
Doradon is going to try to do the thing where you kind of take the lock and apply like pressure to it, kind of like bear down on it and try to muscle the lock off.
Cool.
Oh. Kipley will jam her crowbar into it and help.
So,
Hey, crowbar.
crowbar is in no way, shape, or form small enough to get fit into this lock. Look,
No, like on.
It is.
Oh, it's into the door. All right.
Yeah, it is fully into the
Oh,
door.
I don't know why I thought it was like a chain lock.
No.
Yeah,
no,
I
no,
did
no.
too. That's my bad.
Descriptions were not fully given too much. I was more
Sorry.
focused on the trap-oriented part because that was my main priority for
All right,
potentially helping people
retroact
out.
the crowbar.
It is very much a built into the door lock. So as you go to pry the crowbar, you can just put it back away. You can attempt to force it open still. However, in understanding how this works, you would be essentially trying to brute strength the lock and also the doors in the same go at the same time. Drama would be so real for you, it's a much higher DC than you think it's going to be.
No, I already think it's going to be a terribly high DC. I don't even know if I'd be able to accomplish it.
It's going to be a mix of you using one of those daggers. Otherwise, if you have thieves' tools, that can be also used in this as an assist. Because you're essentially trying to jam something up inside of it and break it. Because that's what you're trying to do is break it. There's no real pressure to be applied that's going to destroy it in this case.
And
So
there's
you're
like
trying to break it and then pry it open, or you're just going to try and physically break the area around the lock.
Kipley's like feeling along the top of the door to make sure there wasn't like a random key left along the top, like most people do.
You gonna stick your hand randomly at the top of the door?
Yeah.
Snap. No, okay. There's no random key at the top of the door.
These people are the worst.
They're secure. They're mages. They're paranoid.
Oh my god. For not keeping the key to the very important room
Everyone,
at the top of the
normal
door.
people leave keys above their doors.
Yeah. So how people keep escaping prison or cartoon jails. Go ahead, Duradon. Are you using the dagger for this?
Yeah.
Okay. If you fail more than twice, dagger's breaking, because it's mundane. And may the odds be ever in your favor. You are looking to beat. This is a strength check. You are looking to beat a DC of 22. This is just raw strength, no athletics, nothing else, just a raw strength check.
Can I help?
There is no proper skill being applied to this. This is you trying to stick something inside of a lock and break it.
I mean, I feel like this is something you're good at.
Dordan is going to expend a rage to try to do this.
Okay, mark that down. To get it with advantage.
Okay. I need an 18 or higher. Come on. Daddy needs a new vehicle.
New vehicle? An 18? I think Rotan is like, I don't know what a vehicle is, but here you go. Cool. So it's not silent by any means. However, after a few moments, you shove the dagger fully into the lock. And it's not made to fit. The dagger chips and breaks. However, it's still pointy and somewhat intact enough to be used as a dagger. Just probably not great to continue shoving in locks. The important thing is, Duradon Savage Hunter doing a heist the most savage way of legitimately breaking a lock open, and as the lock shatters, because it shatters, literally the metal around it breaks, as does the dagger. With the amount of force applied, a crack is made in the top of it, and you, with a very strong feeling that you have with the rage going, feel that you can just easily shove and or break these doors open.
It's like, come on, we gotta go. It's like just him being impatient and frustrated now. As the rage is kind of wearing off, but he kind of tries to open the door and kind of push through. Yeah. He kind of opens it up, looks on the other side, see if there's any fuckery immediately to be noticed, and then we'll motion for Kipley to enter.
You push the door open. Upon doing so, a loud door creak echoes throughout a very expansive and open, echoey space. And you watch. It's not one, another two, but three heads slowly turn towards the door, as this is the interior that you see, and you're just on the cusp of the edge of this map right here as the doorway enters into this large open space. You see what appears to be two people, both with books open and currently reading, and you see one looking out a window towards the side of the ship, trying to presumably understand the chaos that's happening outside. But as the door creaks open after the shattering of the lock was made very well aware, you look and see three figures inside that all turn, lock eye contact with you for a second, and without saying a word, the two in front immediately push away from their desks, drawing two short swords, and the other a very large, double-bladed scimitar, and begin to charge you.
Okay, up the sticks. Okay.
Go ahead and roll me initiative, please.
They go up the pole? Like they don't know I'm born for this shit. Come on now.
You can go ahead and try your tokens on the agenda.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be so honest with you, there wasn't many ways that you could have gotten into this quiet with the pair that was selected for this. But at the same time, I'm glad that I got to this point, because it's just such a great entrance of Duradon shattering the door, and then just slowly creaking around like, hey.
Ease. Come on now.
Hey, how are you? How you doing? But you do see the woman in the back, opposed to the other two pulling out weapons, without a staff. Now, we'll pull. No, I think we're gonna make this quick. Do the same initiative.
Which ones have double-bladed scimitar?
One at the top.
One was taken away from me by magic, and now being supplied by magic.
Magic give and magic take.
Pick the way.
It's gonna be
15. The name of Mustang.
Whoa. You are gonna go first, top of initiative, Kitty. Keep in mind, all magic items, and anything that is related magic is currently non-operable.
Even this person's staff?
To your knowledge,
Okay. So Kipley walks forward. And she's going to use the only thing she's good at. She's going to hold up a hand and just said, "Stand down. Lord Percy has sent us. We're here to retrieve it." I know.
Oh my god. See, it's the fact that you were almost close to wording it in a way that would be good. If I had to roll me a deception disadvantage.
Push off.
Stand down. We are here. Let's see. 14.
She's gonna use one of her.
So they all actually have different blocks, different insights. So I'm gonna go ahead and just give me a group check. Yeah, give me a group check. Some are drastically better than the others. They only need one to get better. Okay.
Well, okay.
Funny enough, the one with the double-bladed scimitar takes a single look at you, looks back at the door, and goes, "If that is the case, then why did you break the lock?" And Master Percival is not the one who runs this ship, so unfortunately I believe you are telling a little bit of that.
Yes, well, that's what he told me to do. And he forgot his key.
Does not have a key to this room. Your deceptions mean nothing here. And you just brandish the double-bladed scimitar and begin.
Alright, so she will... Does she still have an action, or does she...
I'm gonna say that's her action. There's a lot of talking.
Then... That's all she's got. That's
okay.
Making him German mace is so much better. Me just wants
we have to be German.
I'm gonna pull out Horma. Horma, buddy. I gotta do some honestly, some ungodly, unsightly shit to these people. Jordan's gonna pull his he's going to take his bonus
pull out your
action
Herma.
to...
Whoa.
He's gonna take his bonus action to range. Which that gives me 20 feet of movement. Boom. Start of the rage. Seeing that Kipley's deception has not worked, he's gonna be like, "You tried, it's my turn." And he's going to then proceed to take 25 more feet of his 40 feet of movement to get a running start, leap across this table, and take Horma and proceed to try to beat the shit out of this guy. For the first attack, of course, it's going to be reckless. I love this so much. I absolutely love this so much. It is going to be a. It's not a heavy gauntlet, but that's a natural 20 though.
It's a natural 20. Yeah, that's a good hit.
The name is wrong, the damage type is right, but yeah. Love to see how that works out. Actually, I need to take one something off of the great fighter off. That's only going to be 14 points slashing.
14 points. That's counting the crit?
Yeah, that's kind of great.
Okay.
It's because I don't have the blade crystalline carbonated yet.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Second attack, also at advantage. That's only going to be a 26 to hit. Okay. That's going to be 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage. Roger. They're still looking up and a little healthy.
That is Doradon's turn.
Wonderful. As you full on like COD zombies leap over the table, more like onto the table to try and tackle them with just a fucking flurry of sword strikes, you see the one with the double-bladed scimitar goes, "Oh, what a strange and interesting creature you are. I wonder what we will find out once we dissect you." And you see they take the double-bladed scimitar and they stow it and take out this large staff that has 2 crescent blades on either end. And you watch as they break the middle in half and turns it into these 2 kind of pronged poking style looking curved blades. I'm going to go in for 2 strikes. One is going to go ahead and be a tripping maneuver. So if this hits...
Yeah, both are at advantage because I did reckless.
Thank you for the reminder. You play around with the Battle Master, you see what happens. That is a 25 to hit.
That does hit.
That is a 24 to hit.
That also does it.
So you are going to be making me a strength saving throw, please.
Strength save, advantage. Natural 20 for 27.
Perfectly fine. You do still take the extra damage, however. That is going to be 13 points.
That's exactly what I needed, baby. 13 points. I'm going to use my reaction
20
to
points,
crystalline carbonate.
You gain 20
Okay,
points
cool.
of damage.
Nice.
You do crystalline carbonate. Very good, very nice. Fräulein. For the second attack, you are going to go ahead and take... they're going to go ahead and actually... they're going to go for a disarming strike. Because you, good sir, appear to be carrying no other visible weapon.
Yeah.
And I do deeply apologize, but I mean, it make a sense. It is another strength saving throw, so you do have advantage. The last one you got natural 20 on, so I didn't even tell you the DC. The DC is 15.
Got you.
It's not too high.
Cool. DC 15. Also, I'm gonna expend my malice burst for the pluck of the malice cord. For when I do the crystalline carbonate, but for the strength save, that is
Exactly a 15. You
15.
fucker. Let me go ahead and roll damage for it as value. You do take 10 points of damage. And they are going to answer turn there. The other one will go up on the other side because Kibli has not shown a friend. And you ramped on a table.
Rude.
With advantage for both flanking and Rajesh, slash reckless attack. You see the 2 short swords pop off. This is going to go ahead and be 3 attacks. One of which, only a 12, a 23, and a 19. 12, I will believe miss. And this is just going to be 12 points in total. The 2 combined successful strikes. And you watch as the woman in the back begins to walk her way over to get a better vantage point. And you watch as she raises the staff towards Duradon. And Duradon, can you go ahead and please make me a wisdom saving throw? As you watch as the edge of the staff lights up with a small, brilliant burst of purple. And you feel, for a brief moment, a unsettling fear beginning to run through your head.
Got you.
You think the mages here don't get special light?
Yeah.
You think that you are safe within these bounds? 17 does make you safe, motherfucker. God damn it.
Appreciate you.
Oh, that would have been so good with dissonant whispers because then they get opportunity attacks. Fortunately, that fails, so she's going to go ahead and end her turn there. I almost said Megan. Kipli. What does Megan want to do? Kipli, what would you like to do?
Is it safe to assume this is the thing?
You don't see it rotating. However, this is the place that is marked on the map, so
Alright,
potentially.
she's just gonna fucking run for it. 18, 20, 25, 30. She'll dash 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You can make it a dash.
She'll
no
head
worries.
there.
Sure. What is Kipley's passive perception?
Ooh.
Is it above a 14?
Nope.
Cool. Continue on with what you were about to say.
She skids there next to it. She has nothing else but she'll pull out a spear. And that's her turn. And her crowbar.
You pulled the crowbar? Okay, crowbar might be useful. Better than nothing. Duradon.
Duradon, being surrounded, is going to step right here. Because he's not, a little bit. She's going to make him work for it at least. But he does face his two. He does face his 2 adversaries, and he's like, oh, fucking yes. And he, the properties that he changed on the longsword with the crystalline carbonate, is heavy. He added heavy.
Mm-hmm.
He replaced versatile with a special property, specifically the special property from the double-bladed scimitar. And he added the reach property. So those are the 3 that are currently on the blade.
Perfect. Go for it.
He's going to attack the one he's been attacking. He's going to recklessly attack, of course.
Reckless.
That is only going to be a... Scroll too far. That's a 19 hit.
On red?
Yes.
For sure.
Got you. That's only going to be 22 points of damage.
22 points. That's right. Okay.
And secondary attack is going to also be on him. Also reckless. That's only going to be a... that's only a 14.
14.
Nope, that's 13. Yeah. And then bonus action is going to utilize the special property to make another attack.
That's just the D4 one, right?
Yes, it would typically only be a D4, but
This was
because
just
of
crystal
the
carbonate. Yeah, I got you.
yeah,
I
gotcha,
read your
gotcha.
features, I swear. There's just a lot of them.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's only going to be a 15.
I just realized Clarent Doom. 15. Wait, actually, I have to look at res. 15 misses. Oh, buddies.
Gotcha.
So sorry.
No, 'tis life, 'tis life. And that is his turn.
Cool. You took those all reckless. So they don't even move to flank because you are already avantage. The one that has the kind of twin curved blades just looks at you and seeing like you change your weapon like that and the crystal carbonate building on the blade. Like, how are you doing such things? It is blood magic, hemocraft, but magic is not supposed to work in here, so you must be different than the others. No. How very curious of you. And they're just gonna stab you twice. That's a 17 to hit, and that is a natural 20.
17 does not hit, but the natural 20
17 doesn't hit. I forgot you. Oh, pause.
No, just keep going.
Pause. Hunter's cloak counts as armor, but the shield they're on. Shield's magic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry, my AC is 17, not 19.
17 hits.
So 17 does hit, yeah.
Keep in mind, you Nazi boy, adding +2 when you shoot it. Oh, okay. Hey, I'm glad I even remember that in the first place. That is going to be... Oh yeah, we'll get prepared for a lot of D6 damage for that. Waka. That's 6 points for the first. And then with the natural 20, they're going to go ahead and burn another disarming attack. Please make me another strength saving throw.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey, they fishing for something. 17 is enough. So in total, you're looking at a whopping 15 points of damage, including a crit. Oh my god, that's so low. Their friend is going to go ahead and pop off as well. 2 attacks with advantage. It's a 19, and that is a 20. Both hit.
Yep.
You are looking at a whopping... Oh, excuse me. That's going to be plus an additional free 11 points of damage.
Gotcha.
And the wizard is once again going to attempt to do the same thing. Please make me a wisdom saving throw. They are not also German, but I like the German accent.
A natural 20 for 22.
Accuse. Damn it. When the barbarian doesn't do barbarian things. Wonderful. That is the end of their turn. Kipley. What would you like to do, my friend?
If she doesn't immediately see something that draws her eye as shutting this thing down, she's just going to try and smash the most delicate part she can find.
Give me... I know you're not going to be happy with this.
Yeah. She's not smart.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. Good night. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. Or I will allow also for a general wisdom check. A +1 or a +2. It's not the biggest changes, but
13.
13. Okay, this is a common sense check. It was DC 10. You have a strong feeling you can hit this thing all day, and this is probably not gonna break. However, it's because this is not the thing that you are trying to break. You look and see on the side of this thing, there is not necessarily a lock, but there is a latch that is currently sealed, and you get the strong feeling that this thing opens. This is a container. This is not the actual device. However, you do have a crowbar. So if you want to attempt to make me a strength check
Alright.
to try and open it, I will give you opportunity to do so.
Pwah. Can I use? I'll use my inspiration.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I believe in those Kipley muscles. Nothing can go wrong. You roll a natural.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
You snap. No, I'm kidding. You feel like the crowbar is about to snap, and you have to choose between continuing to push or laying it off. And I assume you like the crowbar enough to lay off. That is your action. You've got a bonus action if you want movement. If you want to shift or anything.
No, she's got to stay there. She's got to open it. She's got to stay there.
Dawn, Savage Hunter.
Cool. Duradon is going to go ahead and repeat the same verse as the last. Repeat the process. He's going to yell back at Kipley. Hey, Kipley, I'd really like if the magic turned on. You're doing good, though. I'm so proud of you. Please don't rush, but also do.
That's demeaning.
He turns back to these two. Sorry.
As you call and shout that out, you see one of the double-bladed scimitar, the one you've been hitting the most, goes, Kipley, that is, yes?
Fuck off.
Oh,
just shout her name out loud. You kind of fucked yourself in that, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me your attacks.
Bad, yeah, he has to die. They all have to die technically. Cool. That's gonna be so unfortunate for them. I hope their parents did get life insurance.
Sure.
That's going to be
you can hope
18.
That hits.
Okay, cool. That's gonna be 27 points of damage.
27 points. Hanging on, but barely by a thread.
Second attack.
Oh yeah, 22 hits.
Get.
That's gonna be 24 points of damage.
So they go, oh, Kipley, interesting. As you just, with the long sword, cleave in. You don't cleave through this person, but you just cleave into this man's throat, and then just kind of drag it down enough to the point where you slice through a lung, and they're gonna die of bleeding out in probably about a few seconds at most.
Duradon turns to the other one, and he's gonna say, do you remember the name I just said?
Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check with advantage.
Cool. Intimidation. I do have proficiency in that with advantage. 16.
You know, I am hard of hearing in my left ear. I'm sorry, can you speak up, please?
You see, they slowly begin stowing the two short swords.
Do you know, I actually have a medical condition on top of that. I feel like I need to get checked out right now because it's flaring up.
Okay. Alright. You've been spared today. Remember, though, you don't remember anything.
No, I got hit by a chunk of debris and I don't remember my own name.
Good. Duradon's just gonna pat him on his shoulder. He's going to pat him on the shoulder with the blade of Horma.
Oh, God.
Just with the blood, and kind of like use his cloth to wipe off the blood of his friend or companion. And give a smirk and smile before he turns to begin walking up towards the mage. And he's going to say, honey, I'm home. And
oh my God. Duradon's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah. We were just now recognizing this?
Yeah, I know. It's no one's surprise.
No.
You did kill a creature, by the way.
Oh,
her
Yes.
great weapon master.
Yep. Okay. I would have gotten the bonus action anyway, but it's so much sweeter when it comes from killing another creature.
It does. It's the
And
little
I
things.
say, Horma, buddy, drink up. I'm about to send you another one. Looks towards the mage that's been trying to fuck with his mind. And with the rage benefit, he's going to try to make their life a living hell.
Go for it.
That's only going to be a.
Ooh.
Nine.
Oh, even
Very.
with the like rage pumping, you get so excited and hype yourself up so much that you actually have the most telegraphed swing, and you put a lot of strength behind it, but you just end up cleaving part of the railing of this wooden staircase off with the strike, as she doesn't really need to move. It's more just like you were like an inch away from her neck before it just sends the staircase flying. Or send the railing flying, excuse me.
Hell yeah, this is my turn.
She just looks at you confused. On their turn, this guy's dead. Let me X him out. There you go. On this turn, the smart one is gonna go ahead and dash out of here. Is gonna start running into the hall. He does make it off the map. Blue lives another day. And the mage, you did swing on her, and she really got many other options. So she's just gonna look at you and go,
I don't know what you are here for, and I don't know why. But I did make a pledge to guard this with my very life. So if that is what it comes to, so be it.
and they are gonna go ahead and, like a broken clock, gonna keep striking fucking twice. Go ahead and make me another wisdom save, bud. And this is not against Distant Whispers.
Got you. Wisdom save. That is 20.
Motherfucker. You see this bitch casting
Yes,
spell
my
after
boy.
spell and not learning. Even though wizards are intelligent, they are also extraordinarily arrogant. And the fact that seeing a man swing around a sword really dumb, they think surely he can't be that wise. And you succeed 3 times in a row against wisdom-based spells, and she just goes, oh, "Fuck." She's gonna move down here and end her turn. Kipley,
Before
that's
she
you.
goes, attack of opportunity. Because I have a
you
reach
do have
weapon.
reach.
Yeah. Cool. That's going to I'm not gonna great weapon master this one because it becomes very imperative, the reason why in a second. So I'm gonna take that off. I just really need to hit.
Oh my god.
Well, it works out.
It works out. Cool. So that's only going to be
5,
5,
7,
7,
so it is
13,
27?
20,
24.
shit, maybe
No,
24. Yeah.
24. I know how to do math, I swear. 24 points of damage, very nice. They're not concentrating on anything, so Guten. You do
But
chunk her a little bit.
more importantly, because of pluck of the malice cord, I get to move her to a position
Oh god.
that is within my reach. I want her on that on this little stairway right here.
Right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Kipley. Before this mage dies, what do you want to do?
Oh, she wants to try to open this thing.
Go ahead. You know what must be done, my child. You did it once before with Herma. I believe in you.
Come on,
Channel.
you got this.
Channel the inner greed.
Do I still have my crowbar?
Crowbar it out. Strength check.
Okay.
Natural 20. Okay, it's a 3. Go ahead, bonus action. Give me another attempt, just the sake of saying.
She pulls out a little hammer and she also tries.
Seven. You figure hammering a A lock seal is probably not the best way to do it. But opportunities for another time. Duradon, that's you.
Duradon, so what it looks like is legit like a piece of venom from the blade legit latches on as she's running away, and she gets yanked back like fucking like Gwen Stacy getting caught by Spidey's web in that one movie. Shout out to he needs a third movie. And she gets yanked back in a new position, and Duradon just looks and he's like, "You tried to play in my head. Oh, I want to see what's inside of yours." And he's going nothing but headshots with this
Don't
woman.
feed the beast. Choose peace. Peace is an option.
Reckless. He's going reckless. Cool. That's
This
only
is-
going to be
okay.
at 14.
A 14 would hit, but they're gonna shield.
Gang shit. We appreciate it. The next one is only going to be a what is that? Is that 16? I think that's 16.
As a 16.
Yeah.
3
And
16 does hit.
gang shit. All right,
I have
cool.
a high dexterity.
That's only going to be 22 damage.
Only.
And then,
They're bloody.
the last one with the special property, that's going to be only a 11, I think.
Oof,
yeah.
what is... No.
Yeah, his life, and he's just at this point swinging very. He's blood lusted, which does not bode well for the discipline of swordcraft, but very well for when it hits and is successful.
So, on her turn, she's going to walk up to the window. Look at you, look at the window. Take the staff. Smash the window. She's going to attempt to jump out. She does leave your attack of opportunity range. So you can make.
I'm not gonna great weapon master this. It's gonna be hilarious. Alright. That's only going to be a 14.
A 14?
Yeah.
She gets more than one shield per day, right? She does. Okay. With her last flipping of the finger, she flips you off, profusely bleeding, and jumps out the window, shattering it as she falls down into the dark, stormy snow clouds below. The last thing you hear is, "I will remember you, Kibli."
Oh, fuck.
She's gone. Now, to save time, it only takes. Kibli, go ahead. Just because you've been a trooper, and you can't really do too much until this is destroyed. Give me one last strength check as Duradon makes his way over to you.
She's literally just like hanging off this fucking crowbar.
Full
Stupid
strain.
piece of shit.
As Duradon walks over, and you're just like, "Fuck, stupid piece of shit." It pops. The seal pops, and you watch as the entire top of this thing rolls out, kind of like rolling backwards, and you can see inside, just as she described, there is a spinning globe of bluish, sparking energy that is rapidly rotating. What would you like to do?
Okay. Kibli pulls out. She digs into her bag, pulls. First thing she grabs. She's got a small knife. She's gonna throw it at it.
You're gonna throw a knife into it?
She's got a little
Okay.
small knife.
It sticks. And now has a dagger in it.
Oh shit.
You have a feeling you're gonna need something a little bigger. Durdon, would you like to assist, or are you just gonna watch?
Duradon doesn't want to steal her thunder, so he's just kind of patiently waiting for
Oh,
her to ask for
no.
assistance.
Pride is tested.
Oh man. Alright, well
Need
she's
help.
gonna climb up onto this thing.
Okay. You're gonna climb into it?
She's not knowing what else to
Is
do.
that what I heard correctly? Okay, so go ahead and give
I'd
me a
rather die than that.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay.
I did plan this. I thought it would be more of like I stick a finger in or something, but just jumping your entire.
She
fucking
put
hand.
a knife in there.
15. Okay, so you'll take half.
Okay.
As you walk into a spinning cube of rotating blue electric sparking energy, you immediately feel a sensation of tingling run down your entire body and a quick as you are zapped. Jesus Christ.
She just go flying.
Yeah,
Do you need
yeah, you do.
help?
You take 33 points of damage, half down to 15, because you did pass the check. You take
Okay.
15 points of lightning damage, and you are sent back 5 feet, flying off onto your ass as you skid across the floor. But you do hear as the whirring stops and the blue energy dissipates as your hair poofs outward. And you slow turn it Durdon, you can see a little bit of sparks just like kind of just arcing off of her body.
We did it! Yay!
Does that work?
And I can pick up the box now that it's not spinning at God speed.
It is fucked. Now that you look inside, you can see the quote-unquote box was an illuminated lightning current that was being conducted through a series of metal tubes in the shape of a polyhedron. The polyhedron form has a dagger in it that kind of broke the conduction of the current. And by Kipley jumping into it, dented it, because it doesn't look like it's made of the most durable metal. You probably presume copper. And it is fucked. You can still pick it up. It does dislocate from the machine, but it is bent inward and does not look operable at the moment.
Yeah, he's gonna take it, and then he's gonna go to the window that the mage jumped out of and just chuck it out the ship.
Tinka! No, I'm kidding. No, too far apart. Timeline doesn't add up. But you do shut it down, and you can hear immediately the second that it drops. You hear a series of explosions that rocks the ship from within, as you assume Lorna Dane gets to unleash. For the sake of time and to pick up next week without having to do a whole lot of running, you two make your way through the ship, following the sound of explosions.
She grabs a crowbar.
You grab your crowbar. I would never let you leave it behind.
Thank you.
You grab your crowbar and make your way downtown, running fast. You see there are constructs in the midst of panic, running to defend the ship from the large, colossal sky swimmer that's tearing into it. You see there are just deckhands and like general crew that are freaking out and running around. You watch as a guy runs by you on fire for some inexplicable reason. One of which you probably assume is due to you shorting out electricity within a 500-foot radius. Um, and, you eventually run your way down to where you see the most scorch marks and hear a continuous loud series of explosions. Where you see Aldwin currently strangling one of the constructs in one of his hands and reaching into its core with the other. Uh, and you see Lornadane in the midst of swapping places with a wand as she throws it in one place, teleports to another, and just keeps dodging this large sentinel's attacks. And as you both come to a stop, you see the two constructs drop from the combination of the deadly duo. She goes, "Oh, fucking finally, wonderful. We have a vault to open, shall we?" And she kicks open a door that leads into a further complex. And after following her in, you see the following sight.
Oh, God.
As Aldwin, barely scratched, if not at all undamaged, and Lordain is a little healed from before, but still looking a little worse for wear, comes across some of the biggest looking fuckers you've seen in a while. They are the size of Bellastel as she grew to her full form a mere 30-ish minutes ago. Wearing armor that you are unaware of any kind of branding and or allegiance to. There are no crests within it. However, something that you do notice is the liquid leaking out of their armor. As a red mist is consistently leaking out of their gauntlets, and you watch as you two both walk into the room, two large, extending out to about 15-ish feet, red crimson whips form into existence. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. We'll pick up there next week because there are things that involve both other people and the world, a whole bunch of other things I want everyone to be here with. But good job. I am genuinely... So here's the thing. I'm genuinely happy that you did manage to cut the wire, because if you didn't, the wire was genuinely a decoy. At least the fact that it linked the doors together had no meaning whatsoever. The wire legitimately just led to the floor, although that was an 18 DC, you didn't get high enough to see it, in which it was supposed to be an outplay, because if you cut the wire that was closest to the floor, it would trigger an explosion. But you didn't meet it, and you cut it both at the same time, so I just let it slide. I was like, you know what? You used a different equation, but you got to the same answer. So fuck it, we go.
Barbarian math, baby.
Barbarian math, baby. But I hope you enjoyed.
That was intense.
We got a
It was
whole
very
lot.
Remember your name, Kipley.
I will remember your name, Kipley, as they jump out a window. You
Yeah.
don't know if they can fly or not, so they may just be dead. But at the same time, you may have a nemesis out there who remembers a singular name.
That's
Not
right.
even the person who scorned them, but just of the duo that killed one of their friends,
I
caused the other to
remember their
commit treason.
faces.
Oh yeah. But
Very funny that Duradon gave that long lecture about not
I
revealing
know.
identities. He's the one who blew it.
legitimately not even that, but I like how Durdon was like, we're going to kill people, right? I hope you know it's a crime. And the second that it happens, he's just fucking laughing and enjoying himself to the fullest. You fucking psychotic, raging savage, you. I hope that helped with the release you needed, because goddamn, that was brutal.
It was fucking hilarious because Jordan is the only character that has no moral conflictions about killing, because that's all he's known his entire life. He's only known he's only known killing to protect your family, killing to receive vengeance, killing because the day ends and the title of the day ends in the word day. killing because you're alive, killing because your dad told you to, and your mom told you to. So this shit is like breathing.
Speaking of which, Duradon,
Yes.
not early next week, but
Mhm.
next weekend and or the week afterwards. How would you like to have your solo session?
Oh,
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah. Oh God. Trauma. Yeah.
Oh,
Sure,
because
sure,
we
sure.
got plenty to bring up now.
No. Oh no. Okay. All right. I'm here for it. Yep.
Actually,
Yep.
wait. We don't have our Sunday game this week, right?
We do not have our Sunday game. No, because they're both going to be away.
Want to do it then? Sunday at 8?
Yeah. I can do Sunday at 8.
Sunday at 8. Your boy
Shit.
going to experience